This meeting is called to order. This meeting of the Seguin Independent School District has been duly called, and notice of this meeting has been posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Section 551.043 of the Texas Government Code. We'll start with the pledges to the United States and Texas flag, and we will be led in that by Braylon Weeding.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state, under God, and one and indivisible. Please bow your head for a moment of silence, please.
Thank you. So we're going to go in a little bit different order than we normally do so that we can get some of our seniors over to Senior Sunset. So we will start with the student staff board community recognition.
All right, President Crittenden, Dr. Vigil, trustees, we have quite a few names tonight, so bear with me. We're going to get through all of these, make sure everyone gets some recognition tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, as you'll notice, this whole room is packed, so I have a few groups. We're going to start with our Superintendent Student Advisory Team, followed by our early college high school seniors, UIL One Act Play, track and field and powerlifting, and then we'll move on to the students of the month. So stand by. So with our student advisory team, 26 students in grades 5 through 12 represented Seguin ISD's elementary, middle, and high schools this year. They met through the school year to provide ideas and feedback directly to Dr. Vigil and district leadership on behalf of their schools and classmates. They also put together the Matador Movie Bash earlier this month, so I hope you all had a chance to enjoy. Tonight, Dr. Vigil would like to recognize them for their contributions. As I call your name, please come to the front to greet Dr. Vigil and the trustees. Nico Francis from AJB. And I'm not sure if they're all here, so we'll just keep going. Bo Duncan from AJB. Evelyn Stakes from AJB. Jackson Kaler from Barnes. I thought I saw Jackson. If you're here, come on up. Carlos Cervantes from Barnes. Michaela Shainville from Barnes. Shane Vogel, excuse me, I'm sorry. Olive Hill from Jefferson. Kai Nolan from Kennecke. Emma Gallegos from McQueenie. Mason Vaquera from Patlon. Owen Westerfield from Rodriguez. Itzel Rosas from Vogel. Amelia Courtney from Weinert. And from Seguin High School, we have Haley Benavides, Layla Moreno, Aiden Pullen, Annabelle Ewald, Caleb Pape, Brooklyn Mosher, Casey Hernandez, Eleanor Crittenden, and then we have several seniors here tonight, Danielle Nyame, Yvette Hernandez, Kayvon Mouton, and Mariah Castilleja. Our MBLC representative is Roxanne Diaz. Okay, so we'll let them go through, but congratulations, everyone. It's been so much fun getting to know all of you this year. Thank you for serving your schools and your district. I'm going to take a really quick picture.
Now we'd like to recognize our early college high school seniors, all of whom will receive an associate's degree from St. Philip's College. Tonight we will be honoring their commitment to academic excellence and their future. As I call your name, please come forward. Sarah Burpo, David Cabrero, Jacob Caso, Mason Chandler, Danielle Corvo, Desiree De La Rosa, Michael Garcia, Yvette Hernandez, Diego Hernandez, Ethan McMahon, Tyson Medina, Samuel Menchaca, Camden Mikes, Danielle Namey, I would also like to take a moment to recognize the Director of Early College High School, Bianca Duval, and our high school staff, especially the teachers who helped make this possible. Congratulations to all of you. Students, we are proud, Matador proud.
I just want to say this is the only time it's acceptable to wear this color blue in the border.
Yes, we will. Yes. Thank you all for that quickly. Go ahead, I can do it. Sorry, y'all. We're trying to make sure we get everything coordinated. We're going to take a really quick picture with our early college high school group, and then my superintendent student advisory kiddos. If y'all will hold out just a little bit, we'll get your picture as soon as possible. Thanks, guys. Superintendent student advisory kiddos, can we have you come back up? We'll take your picture really quick. Thank you. I know, I should have told you you didn't have to go anywhere. Woo. Thanks, guys. Let's keep this moving. Okay, I know we have our, nope, not yet. Where did my one act play, kiddos? Nope. Did I hide it from myself? Okay, I'm gonna call up our UIL one act play, kiddos. So tonight, yes, you can clap, that's okay. The cast of Seguin High School's multi-award winning UIL one act play is here tonight. We are excited to celebrate and recognize their accomplishments through their production of Kodachrome. This year marked Matador Theater's first UIL 5A region one act play appearance since 2018. Y'all can come on up, and I'm gonna go ahead and read out everybody's names, and then we'll take a picture. So we have our cast and crew here tonight, as well as their amazing teachers. So Eleanor Cretenden, Katie Torres, Julian Castaneja, Clara Spencer-Dibble, Austin Burgle, Jaron Hunter, Matthew Castillo, Lilia Garcia, Finn Alcocer, Liliana Zamora, Avery McCown, Ava Alizada, Ruben Bolianos, CJ Torres, Mercedes Lara, Levy Bonnet, Marley Anderson, Joy Blair, Isaac Sawyer, Josue Para, Emerson Sawyer, Ariana Campos, Olivia Guerra, and Jenna Avery. And we'd also like to recognize their teachers, Lydia Robles, Timothy Luna, and their student teacher, Ryan Melby, for their guidance and leadership. I'm just gonna editorialize briefly and say if you missed this show, you really missed out. They did a fantastic job, and we are so proud of them, so congratulations, y'all. All right, I'm gonna take your picture really quick, so hang out. You have the mic, awesome. Yeah.
We're going to celebrate May State Track and Field Recognition. Also join us tonight are our athletes. These dedicated and determined athletes earn the opportunity to compete in the UIL Track and Field State Meet in Austin earlier this month. If you didn't hear the news, they didn't come home empty-handed. The boys 4x4 team finished 7th, while Daisha Schuler brought home 2 medals. She won first in the 200 meter and second in the 100 meter. I'd like to invite these athletes to come up and be recognized when I call your name. Daisha Schuler, Celeste Henson, Daniel Piñon, Adrian Aguirre, Ocean Moreno, Ramiro Galvan, Josiah Herrera, Justin Peterson, Dalen Sepner. I would also like to recognize Coach Clifford Cruz. You are 2025 State Track and Field Matadors. Congratulations.
I'll wrap it up, yeah. Okay. Make sure I don't miss anybody. Okay. This is not, you might not see this on our agenda, but we also have our power lifters tonight. I would also like to recognize them for earning their way to state this year. These athletes put in the hard work, and it certainly paid off. Several of these students set personal records at the men's and women's state meets. So if we have our athletes here tonight, please come up when I call your name. James Medrano, state champion for the 123-pound class. Gabe Solis, Josiah Herrera, Deanna Priestley, who finished 9th at the women's meet. Sorry. Hunter Micah, Julius Rivera, and Brianna Arce, who finished 10th at the women's meet. And I would also like to recognize their coach, Coach Cano. Come on up. All right, congratulations. All right, I did not get to check on our students of the month, so I hope they are here. Our May Superintendent Students of the Month are from Kankakee Elementary, Weinert Elementary, AJB Middle School, and Seguin High School. Our first elementary student of the month is 4th grader Adela Faulkner, from Kankakee Elementary. You can come on up, thank you. This young lady was described as a shining example of dedication and excellence, committed to doing what's right. She was also recognized for being a trusted friend and a positive role model. Her parents are Cassandra and Kyle Faulkner. Congratulations, Adela. Ooh, look at that. Yeah, not done yet. Picture. That's what I was doing. Ooh. All right, 5th grader Dylan Pena represents Weinert Elementary this month. Dylan's principal, Mrs. Way, says he is determined, resilient, respectful, positive, and kind, making him a role model for his entire school. She says she is incredibly proud of the young man that Dylan is becoming, and I'm sure Dylan and Stephanie Perez, his parents, would agree. Congratulations, Dylan. Okay, back to you. Thank you. Okay. All right, I know we saw Breland earlier. AJB Middle School's Breland Weeding is an 8th grader known for being dedicated, dependable, and respectful to her teachers and classmates. In addition to her academic strengths, she has also represented AJB in volleyball, basketball, track, and softball. Breland was acknowledged for her positive attitude as well. Her parents are Wesley and Terry Weeding. Congratulations, Breland. You go this way. All right, our final superintendent student of the month tonight is from Seguin High School. Sophomore Kimberly Patino is an all-A student among the top 5 in her class. While also, just wait for it, balancing early college high school, AVID, Ballet Folklorico, and Mariachi. She is also an altar server at the Our Lady of Guadalupe. Kimberly's counselor, Mrs. Vega, acknowledged her discipline, leadership, and heart for service. Her parents are San Juana and Arturo Patino. Congratulations, Kimberly. Okay, now I'm gonna turn it over to Mr. Bright for a special presentation. All you, sir.
So we normally do these out in the community when we have the chance to do it. I haven't had the chance because this person is super busy all the time, along with I'm super busy. So I just took the opportunity, being the last week of school, I wanted to get him up here and say thank you so much for all his time. Luke, if you could come up here real quick for me, I'd appreciate it. This is Luke Pachinella, ladies and gentlemen. He's one of our GT teachers for our elementary schools. But the biggest thing, the biggest impact that I've seen recently from him is his time at the Outdoor Learning Center. It was a Friday evening. Him and his entire family were out there, but Luke was out there putting kids and parents in kayaks and hosting fishing, and it was just a really impactful night for the community, and him and his family were out there on their Friday evening taking care of the community, and I really appreciated it, so I wanted to recognize him tonight for that. So Luke, thank you very much, sir. This is your Matador Mindset pin for having that Matador mindset all the time for us.
Oh, you're gonna.
And now we will present the May Superintendent's Apple Award. This year, we've encouraged the Matador mindset, one team, learning together, elevating excellence. Olé. This month's Apple Award recipient demonstrates that mindset daily. This person collaborates with people across Seguin ISD daily. While every role in our district is important, I know this is one person we would miss if they were not there. That's how important they are to our mission of educating and protecting students. Our honoree is a homegrown Matador who graduated from Seguin High School. Today, they have nearly 30 years of experience in their chosen career path as a peace officer. This includes stops along the way with the Sheriff's Department and the City of Cibolo before returning to Seguin ISD. During his time in Cibolo, this person found his passion while working as a school resource officer. It was an opportunity to develop strong relationships with students, parents, and staff, creating bonds with many who may have believed that police officers were only about getting people in trouble. His wife, Wendy, says some of these relationships were so positive that he was even invited to perform the weddings of several of his former students. He also happens to be a licensed pastor, gifted musician, and a beloved uncle to several Matadors. He returned to Seguin ISD in 2021 as a PEAM specialist. These days, he stays busy as our security and transportation coordinator. He is also commissioned as a peace officer under Guadalupe County Precinct 2 Constable Mark Reyes. That commission allows him to provide security and law enforcement assistance wherever needed. You might have even seen him helping students across the road safely at Vogel Elementary. The safety of our students and staff is a top priority, and we are grateful for everything he does to help us in that capacity. I am honored to introduce the May Superintendent Apple Award recipient, Moises Morales. so, yes.
Okay, we'll go back to the order. It's always great to start out with so many wonderful recognitions, and we had some extra ones tonight, so yay. All right. Moving on to superintendent announcements. Dr. Vahue?
Thank you, President Crittenden. We've almost made it, everyone. Just 3 days left in this school year. I know they will be busy for all of our schools between awards, celebrations, and graduations. I want to congratulate all Seguin ISD students, staff, and families on another school year. And what a year it has been. A lot has happened in Seguin ISD since our last meeting. We celebrated our wonderful Teachers of the Year, and you'll hear more about, well, you heard about some of our students' successes in the early college high school, UIL one-act play, and state qualifiers for track and field and powerlifting, to name a few. We're also very proud of our by-district champion Matador baseball and softball teams for their playoff runs. What an exciting start in their new home at Matador Legends Ballpark. Way to go, Matadors. 4 of our senior student athletes just signed to play at the next level, while 20 students signed their letters of intent to attend trade school or join a local business during Industry Signing Day. 12 of our soon-to-be graduates have also earned the seal of biliteracy. 3 cosmetology students also passed their exams and are now licensed cosmetologists in the state of Texas. More than a dozen students have earned their certified nursing assistant certification. We also have 14 students who earned their entrepreneurship in small business certifications through our business management course, and 19 students who are now Adobe certified professionals. Congratulations to all of our CTE students and staff. Earlier today, I was honored to recognize the newest graduates at MBLC. Today's graduation brings the school to, at last check, 87 graduates for the year. Congratulations to the MBLC students, staff, and families for this wonderful accomplishment. And speaking of graduation, a brief reminder for those attending this Friday's graduation at Matador Stadium, the gates open at 5 for the 7 p.m. ceremony. Please leave all prohibited items at home so the security process with our metal detectors goes smoothly. The sports boosters will also have the concession stand open on Friday night, so please show your support. All money raised stays right here in Seguin ISD. Congratulations to the newest members of the National Honor Society at Seguin High School and those inducted into the National Junior Honor Society at Barnes and AJB. I would also like to take a moment to recognize our middle school musicians, student athletes, and thespians for their hard work all year. You have represented Seguin ISD well, and we are proud of you. Congratulations to Jonna Williams and Kiana Duenas, who won Gun Automotive Group's Military Appreciation Card Contest. Not only will their artwork be printed on cards for military service members worldwide, but they also won $1,000 each and $2,000 for Seguin High School's Visual Arts program. Our construction students worked on a house for Guadalupe Valley Habitat for Humanity. This is the high school construction program's 6th house for Habitat for Humanity in 3 years. I love seeing how our students continue to contribute to our community. Some very hard-working thespians will be practicing and performing during the first week of summer vacation. If you are in town next week, please consider buying tickets to Hadestown, Seguin High School's version of the Tony Award-winning musical runs May 30th through June 1st. We have some amazing students here in Seguin ISD who volunteer their time to help younger counterparts. Thank you to the Seguin High School Avid students who helped with Career Day at McQueenie, the AJB students who helped with Field Day at Rodriguez, and all of the students who volunteered at the Matador Movie Bash earlier this month. I'm sure there are more. If I did not name your group, please know your time and contributions are greatly appreciated. I want to close on something I was pleased to see yesterday, thanks to one of our superintendent student advisory team members, Weiner 5th grader Amalia Courtney. She was inspired by the high school members of the advisory team to make a positive impact at her school. This is something that is done at Seguin High School. We first told you about these projects when the officers of the group presented to you. You might have seen this yesterday on social media. Amalia created this beautiful bulletin board with Amalia's affirmations. This affirmation wall is a place where students can take or leave words of encouragement. This is an amazing way to leave a legacy at your school, Amalia. Thank you. I know we are all proud. Thank you very much. This concludes the announcements.
Thank you. Moving on to board member reports. I'm going to make William go first this time. I always make Josh go first.
Well, the last month was extremely busy. I got to do many events, the theater productions at Briesemeister, the band concerts, the UIL band competition for the middle school over there. We got to attend the ag facility groundbreaking, which was something special to be a part of. I got to attend the celebration of excellence for our top 10%, which was really cool. And I want to give a shout out to the Starlet dance team at Briesemeister. This is a fairly new program for our district. It's only been going on for about 3 years. Ms. Denise Ibarra and Mr. Paul Ayala are in charge of that, and they've done a really wonderful job with this program. They went to a competition in April, and they won that competition and almost every award that they could be given at that competition. It included team sweepstakes, the judges award. They received an invitation to go to Grand Nationals in Galveston in 2026. They also received an invitation to walk in the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade in 2026. 2025. They got first place in kicks, first place in pom, first place in hip hop, first place in contemporary. They won first place in officer jazz, first place in officer game day, first place in officer contemporary. They received the Supreme Officer Open Award, Officer Grand Champion Award. They also received the Grand Champion Team Award, the Applause Award, the Grand Champion Director Award, and we had 3 people that won first place for solo dances: Emily Briscoe, Emma Nething, and Noelia Espinosa. So I just want to give a shout out to that program and all the students and teachers and staff involved in that. They work really hard, and they've put together something really special for our middle school over there. So that's all I have. Thank you.
I hope they have a big trophy case at AJB.
They actually had to move all their trophies out of the AJB trophy case and put it in a different part of the school because they filled up their entire section.
That's amazing.
Love it. We need some more trophy cases in this town. So
I've been calling this Maycember, Mayvember, because it's just as busy as it is on the other side of the year. I'll start out with an event that happened early on in the month, one near and dear to my heart. We had the groundbreaking for the agricultural facility. So excited about the possibilities there. I went to a chemistry demonstration at SHS with Captain Stevens, Decision Day at SHS, the NJROTC End of the Year Awards and Change of Command Ceremony, the Teacher of the Year End of Year Awards, the Seguin Area Chamber of Commerce Teacher of the Year Banquet. Excited to attend the SEF, the Seguin Education Foundation's Celebration of Excellence. Somewhere in there, I went to a musical at AJB, which was fabulous, and they had about 2 weeks to put that on. What a great program there at AJB. I attended the celebration of the school district's second-year mentors program with teachers, and the SHS Color Guard Showcase, the Early College High School Associate Degree Recognition Ceremony, the SHS Choir 2025 Pops Concert, the Seguin ISD Industry Signing Day, the Athletic Signing Day, and this afternoon at 12:30, I went to the MBLC graduation ceremony. I think that's an exhaustive list of the things that I did.
Well, I think I'll just say almost ditto with everything. I'm not going to read all my list again because it's been read by a bunch already. So it's just a wonderful month of celebration of excellence and interests and watching young people move on and exploring their lives and seeing where they want to go with themselves. I guess I was especially touched by the St. Philip's graduation because of the dedication that these students put into their work to get this diploma from a college, from an associate college. And they're graduating with that many hours to go into a 4-year college. So I know that took a whole lot of work on their part and dedication. So just want to applaud them, along with everybody else in our district that did such wonderful things.
Mr. Canna?
I tried to squeeze everything in one day that I was off as far as the construction sites. Toured the Ag Center first and talked to some of the individuals that are working there. And on the way back, I stopped at the Outdoor Learning Center, spent some time there, even though it's not under construction, but there's a lot of good things going on at the Outdoor Learning Center. And I went to a transportation construction site attended a meeting there. And while I was there, I was very interested in looking at, I asked one of the employees there to show me an old bus. A bus that's like 10 years old and a brand new bus. And it's amazing how much improvements have been done for the buses, school buses throughout the years. After that, I went to McQueenie and looked at that's another, if you guys get a chance when you drive by there, you'll see that building is coming up pretty fast. So can't wait for that one to be completed. I also attended a baseball game at Smith and Valley for the Matadors. That's it.
The highlight for me this last month was actually attending CTE signing day. It was amazing to see the number of students that we have that are prepared to sign for their future career. That they feel confident upon their high school graduation is making that decision to move forward. And also seeing our community partners who are willing to take chances on our students and really be supportive and help them along the way.
As all my fellow board members up here, I also attended a bunch of different things, but I think the most impactful thing for me this year was the first and second year teacher mentor appreciation night. It was intermixed with a bunch of stuff, and those that could make it made it. And I just want to say, like, thank you again to all of those first and second year teachers sticking through it, making it through the first years and second years, and we're looking forward to having them all come back. But a really huge thank you to the mentors in that program, and Ms. Mann, who's running that program. Like, thank you so much. That's a huge program for us, and to be able to have that mentor that first couple of years while you're teaching is really something special to have. And I just look forward to all of them coming back next year. And then the other thing is be on the lookout for what's going on at the Outdoor Learning Center. Pete has done a lot for us over there, and it's an amazing thing. It's getting bigger. It's doing more and more things out there, more and more opportunities. It's great for the families to get out there in the evenings. It's a wonderful setting. So check out the Facebook page, follow and like. I know I hate to promote it like that, but it's amazing what they're doing out there, and it's an amazing asset that we have to this school district that nobody else has anywhere. So just take advantage of that Outdoor Learning Center, the Irma Lewis Outdoor Learning Center. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Oh, yes. I know. The picture's right there. I attended a lot of the things that everybody else did: MBLC graduation, industry and athletics signing, choir concert, celebration of excellence, banquets galore. And I missed the Ag Center groundbreaking because I was at theater. And I did get to see the show at zone, district, by district, area, and region. So I felt really fortunate to be able to see all that and be a part of that journey, literally, by driving the U-Haul. So but so what I over the big bridge, I made it. What I really want to do is give a shout out to this time of year, parents and teachers and sponsors and all the rest of our staff. I know it's tiring, but y'all are putting on your best smiles and blowing up balloon arches and filling out certificates and figuring out what award kids are going to get if they didn't earn any other kind of award. All those things that happen this time of year. And just thank you. We see you and we appreciate you. And these kids are going to remember all this stuff later on. So thank you so much for everything that you're doing. All right. Moving on to our campus highlights. Ms. Miller will introduce our campus.
President Crittenden, Dr. Vigil, trustees, it's my honor to introduce our campus highlight presentation from McQueenie Elementary. More than 300 students in kindergarten through 5th grade attend this school in my home district of District 3. It's one, if not the one, of the oldest school and knows the maintenance department very, very well on a daily basis sometimes. So we are definitely excited about the new school to come. I got to know the school so much better this past semester when we had a reading contest and I read a whole bunch on campus. And so I went into different classrooms, and to go in, you have to knock on the door. Of course, it's locked, you knock on the door. Well, a student opens the door and says, "My name is so-and-so. What is yours?" And I said, "Well, my name is Mrs. Miller. Would you like to come in?" And then that person introduces me to the class. And they all say welcome and everything. It's just like, wow. Every time I've walked in the school, I've never opened a door. If there's a kid around, they open the door for me. And I just have to applaud that hard work because it came from an exciting program that you're going to learn about from the presentation called Great Expectations. So they were some of the pilot campuses, and hopefully we can expand that because I have nothing but good things to say about how it has given the kids an attitude of respect and kindness and so forth to each other. So I will turn this over to Ms. Eccles and her team.
Good evening, Dr. Vigil and Board of Trustees. The Instructional Leadership Team, or we call ourselves the ILT team, we are excited to continue discussing how Great Expectations have transformed our school. So the first thing, I'm a very visual person, so this connection really reminds me of how Great Expectations, our tenets, our beliefs, our expectations, our code of conduct, and our 17 practices, they do not work in isolation, and they continue just to enhance what we were doing on campus. So this evening, the ILT will highlight 4 practices. Teachers and the admin team, all faculty members attended Methodology 1, which was a phenomenal PD session that is really focused on the 17 practices. So we're going to highlight 4 of the practices that we see day in and day out as we enter our classrooms. So the first one we're going to look at is the environment is non-threatening and conducive to risk-taking. Mistakes are viewed as opportunities to learn and grow. As well, a learner's work is displayed in some form. Positive, timely feedback is provided through oral and our written commentary. Enriched vocabulary is evident and drawn directly from challenging writings, informational texts, and our wisdom literature. And last, a school, class, or personal creed is recited or reflected upon daily to reaffirm commitment to excellence. So the first one we're looking at is that growth mindset, the opportunity for teachers and students to continue to love learning and instill those habits and have them be lifelong learners. So here at our weekly newsletter that's provided for teachers as well as our faculty members created our goal or a priority related around growth mindset. They see this every week in our newsletter. In addition to that, we still have AVID. So again, these practices just enhance what we are already doing on campus and just really fuse them together. So our growth mindset for our AVID goal number 2 is creating a culture that focuses on a growth mindset. Some things that we do on campus is our teachers all share messages with their students that learning from mistakes is normal and that we strive for progress, not perfection. So these are just examples of some things that are occurring in the classroom. Instead of having a star pep rally this year, students and faculty members shared positive affirmations with one another in preparation for STAR. So we're highlighting some things there. So again, it's very teacher-centered as well as student-centered. Some things that we do for students is we do have data digs after each assessment, and after analyzing, the teachers analyzing the data with our ILT, the students, it's turned over to how they learn from mistakes. So this is just an example of what we do for math and classifying types of errors. So students are handed this template along with a test strip of questions that they didn't answer correctly, and they're able to go back through there and learn from their mistakes. So, and then here we made KWED with a growth mindset little video clip. Oh, am I going to do it right? No? Thank you. So you see here, students are being celebrated for the growth that they're making on their module assessments. So that will lead me to Ms. Stott.
And that video leads into my part. So going back to practice 10, and it discusses that we will display work, that learners' work is displayed, and that feedback is given in a timely and positive manner. And you saw some of that in the little video, but what you're looking at right now is a 5th grade data board. And this data represents meets, and each grade level worked together as a team and created a data board that they have out in the hallway. And what I appreciated about this was, like in the video that you saw, when I actually saw teachers with their students in the hallway talking about it and giving meaning to it, or hearing discussions, and the students taking ownership and part of it. It's not just something, filling our hallway. When I get in the car some mornings, and it's so foggy, and I'm not quite sure how I'm going to make it to school. I don't know where I came from, and I'm not really sure if I'm driving in the right direction. And we don't want our data to be that. We don't want to operate in a fog. We want it to have meaning, and that the teachers own that data and the students realize that it's telling their story. And with these 2 data boards, this is 3rd grade, you'll notice little sticky notes. And going back to giving feedback, Ms. Eccles said, come on team, we're gonna go and we're gonna walk through the hallways and look at the data boards. And we left little positive comments on the board for them. So it's us, with great expectations, we're asking our teachers and our students to do something. And it's about modeling, and we need to do it as well. This is an example of a 5th grade classroom, and Ms. Steptoe, going back to displaying work and feedback, she displayed students' work, and you can see other students leaving comments for their peers, and that is so extremely powerful. We started a practice in, I believe, the 3rd quarter. It was a little later in the year. And again, we're asking teachers to recognize their students, and as the ILT team, we wanted to recognize our teachers. And everyone likes to, to be honest, everyone likes to hear, a little recognition. And so we were snapping photos when we would see something in a classroom that we liked. Sent out an email and said, name it, claim it, explain it. If it's yours, be proud, tell us it's yours. What is it? Name it, explain it. And on this email, what I appreciated that Ms. Eccles did was she provided that positive and timely feedback, and it was sent out where everyone could read it. And then we've created a bulletin board in the hallway. And again, I want to start this. I said 3rd quarter next year, I want to start it right from the beginning and get everyone up there and get them up there more than once and celebrate them.
I'm Sharon, and I'm the assistant principal. I'm so glad to be at McQueenie. Our practice 8 reminds us that we need to provide a learning environment that's rich in vocabulary, academic vocabulary. And that first starts with exposing students and making sure that they use the vocabulary every day. And this starts with the teachers modeling and using the academic language and insisting that students do the same. So as you visit our school and go through the classrooms, you will see and hear teachers and students using the language. And there's nothing more beautiful than to walk into a kindergarten classroom at math time and going by little Levi and asking Levi, what are we doing today? We're decomposing numbers. Or this one, Levi, what's the first thing you'll do here to work this problem out? Well, let me see, because this is exactly what he says. First, I'm gonna do my number bonds. Well, Levi, what is a number bond? Well, I'll show you. And if you forget, you can look right over there. We have a word wall. And they have pictures. And so this is how you start it with this number bond. So it's very, very important that we continue with that academic language. The kids can fully engage in what they're learning. So we are meeting our goal to create those critical learners so they can engage in their academic language and become successful and be able to wear the blue and graduate with an associate's degree. So here, no. Okay, so vocabulary, yeah, so vocabulary, continuous. So if you walk into our schools, you'll see vocabulary everywhere. And just ask the student, what is this? Why did you do that? What do you know about this word? And so this is what we learned this strategy in Great Expectations. It's called lexicon, because we're building our lexicon.
And again, we continue to be teacher-centered as well. So one of the practices that we did this year was having teachers create exemplars to make sure they're including that vocabulary. And so here is a teacher exemplar for our writing, and the vocabulary in there is great. And again, she's picking that complex text. So here's just some examples too. This is our Avid Writing Lab, and our principals, she has them posted up in the back. And so her lesson cycle is very structured. She starts off each day with the think, write, pair, share, goes through her lesson, and then at the end, students pick a principle from the back wall and tie it into the lesson. And again, they're using that vocabulary. So then the last practice we're highlighting this evening is our school and class creeds. Again, we recite these every morning. So in our call to excellence, we recite our school creed. And then when they go back to their classrooms, they go over their class creed. And it's just setting the tone for the day and reminding students of our high expectations, and our teachers as well. So just this is our teacher creed, our school creed, and then here are some examples of a class creed. And they do create those together. So finally, with our growing community, we have the perfect opportunity to showcase what all we are doing at McQueenie. We see the opportunity to have more stakeholders that we can build long-term relationships with, collaborate with, and grow with, and additional people we can celebrate our successes with. So we like to continue to invite our community members to see all of the practices that we are doing at McQueenie, all the great things. So we're going to end with a kindergartner who has that confidence and is singing and leading our students out, because at McQueenie, our motto is, where tomorrow's leaders lead today. So thank y'all.
Thank you.
Anyone have any questions?
I just want to reiterate the language, the vocabulary, because I was reading to kindergartners, and in one of the books, I can't even remember the word, but it's a pretty high-level word, but it was the word of the week, and when I said it, somebody said, that's what we learned this week. They I mean, for kindergarten, it was a really high-level word, and so they were already there on it.
Thank you. Moving on to item 3, audience with the board. The Seguin ISD Board of Trustees designates a time for audience participation at the beginning of each meeting to hear persons who desire to make comments in accordance with Board Policy BED Local. Those wishing to speak sign up before the meeting begins, stating the concern or noting the agenda item they wish to address. Audience participation is limited to 5 minutes, and the board shall not deliberate any subject that is not on the posted agenda. We have one speaker signed up for tonight. That's Maria Casieja, and the topic is Leadership Seguin.
Hello, everybody. It was so wonderful hearing all of that. Yes, thank y'all so much for allowing me to come in and speak. This is going to be really quick. I just wanted to give the opportunity to personally invite all the trustees out, especially District Bill Dwyer. This is in the Potlawn District. I also did meet with the principal beforehand, but they're having a ribbon cutting. This is an event or an opportunity for the students to continue their Kite Fest, and it's a 40 by 60 pavilion. So if it's allowed, I can leave these with Nancy and hand these out and also send you all a digital if it's okay. But thank y'all so much.
Thank you. It's always fun to see what project the leadership class is going to take on, so that's exciting.
Yes, I would like to make a motion to amend the agenda. I believe that we have several members here educators here that are here for the stipend discussion. And so I would like to move agenda item 9B, the stipend schedule, to after action 9B, so it is held before closed session.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, I have a motion from Mrs. Burns and a second from Mr. Brights. All in favor, raise your right hand. Opposed, same sign. Motion passes 7-0. Sorry, Ms. Burns, so I put it in the right place. Tell me.
Right after 9B, so it would be, sorry, 5B, so it would be 5C. Okay, thank you. We'll move on to 4A, personnel information, professional employees. Mr. Trevino.
Good evening, Superintendent Vigil, board members, President Crittenden, guests. I bring today the first information item in regards to personnel information for professional employees. And I believe where we recommend that you acknowledge and recognize the new professional hires for the 25-26 school year that we have so far in this month. And the resignations as well that we have for this month.
Any questions for Mr. Trevino? Will we have the exit interviews available for the people who are leaving soon? Okay.
We will.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, item 4B, Matador Special Services Department self-contained classroom information. Dawn, Lynn, and Rachel Bloxham.
President Crittenden and board members, we are here tonight to talk about our specialized support settings, in particular, our self-contained essential academics settings where we support students of academic need and functional and adaptive skills as well. Those self-contained educational settings are based on data-driven decisions that are agreed upon by ARD committees. So when we come together, we make sure that we're proposing the least restrictive environments for our students to address their academic, functional, and adaptive needs based on individual students. We have in our district elementary campuses that align with sister schools, as not all of our campuses have self-contained essential academic settings. But on our preschool and all our secondary campuses, we do have those self-contained educational settings. So Barnes, Briesemeister, and the high school, as well as our Ball Early Childhood Center, all do have the supports for our essential academic students at those levels. We do also want to recommend classroom ratios for these areas so that our students can get that really deliberate instruction that is provided at an alternate level. And that is normally 1 to 3 unless it's otherwise stated in the student's IEP. Of course, we have some information here to share with you about the number of self-contained students that we currently support in our ECSE, which is our Early Childhood Special Education, and our elementary student enrollments for self-contained essential academic students. When we look at them, you can see on the left-hand side our current 24-25 school year numbers, and you can see projected numbers for our 25-26 school year. You may notice a decrease for our total number of students at our elementary level, and I'll touch base with you on some of those details as to why we're recognizing that decrease in just a moment. Our secondary student enrollment, we have the same left-hand side of our column showing our 24-25 enrollment at our middle school campuses as well as our high school, and then our projections for 25-26 for the number of students we'll be supporting in that self-contained setting. Part of the reason that we are seeing some of those projected changes to our self-contained setting numbers and our enrollment is that we've got some students who are actually engaging in opportunities to have a less restrictive environment by being involved in access to a supplant or an out-of-class experience to be able to work with modified curriculum and work with their teacher in a setting that is outside of that self-contained setting. We always judge that on data, and we base that on proposals that are made as a committee with all team members together to be able to evaluate the appropriateness of that placement recommendation. We also work directly with our multi-county educational services partnership with our Luling ISD partnership. And 8 elementary students are actually going back to Luling because we've worked with them in building up their capacity to support their students that need that self-contained essential academics alternate curriculum within their own district. So those students will not be bused anymore back and forth daily to be provided services here. They'll be doing it in their district, and we'll be continuing to support them with educational opportunities and training for teachers to make sure that those students are provided for with the same level of care that we provide for our students in Seguin ISD as a part of that partnership. One of the other reasons we might notice that large difference was happening with our ratios in elementary is we do have a large number of 5th grade students who are moving into our middle school population. So that decreased that number of overall students that we have projected at our elementary levels for next year. We always look at the level of support that is necessary for a student to be successful in a classroom. We don't want to give more than a student needs to be independently successful, but we also don't want to have them in an environment where they're not getting what they need. So we can see when we look at our continuum of services, that very lightest section is a specialized setting support service. And that's the highlight that we're discussing tonight with that self-contained setting for a provision of alternate academic curriculum and functional skills. And we're going to highlight for you in just a moment what the difference is between that alternate curriculum and modified or general education Tier 1 instruction. It can include things like intensive specialized behavior supports and functional and adaptive skills supports as well.
Thank you. So when we're talking about the difference between our alternate and our modified curriculum, we're looking at students with significant cognitive disabilities who, even with accommodations, are not able to access the gen ed curriculum. So like Dawn said, we're looking at life skills, functional academics, communication, social skills, self-help skills. These are not going to be directly tied to our state standards. We're working on those prerequisite skills, foundational skills to help our students grow. And typically the only place you're going to see what we consider an alternate curriculum will be in our essential academics classrooms. An example of this is going to be maybe a high school student who is using or learning how to use public transportation or counting money instead of a typical standard algebra class in high school.
When we talk about a modified curriculum, students who receive a modified curriculum receive that outside of that self-contained setting, and they have an opportunity to get access to more aligned general education standards. So it could be that they're getting Tier 1 instruction from their general education teacher and additional support from special education, or it could be that they're getting that Tier 1 instruction and then modified, scaffolded, vertically aligned educational opportunities, all inclusively from their special education teacher, but it is not in that self-contained alternate setting. We always want to make sure that we are able to adjust to meet the students' instructional needs and independent needs based on the data that we're getting in, and we make sure that we're still working to have rigor within their academic content, but adjust it and scaffold it as appropriate for the student and their modifications.
So the alternate curriculum that we use here in Seguin ISD is called Unique Learning System. It serves our students from pre-K all the way through our 18+ program. And it's divided into 3 levels: an independent level, a supported level, and participatory level. The nice thing about having an alternate curriculum is our students are able to focus on their deficits and take as long as they need to gain a skill instead of feeling like they need to follow a scope and sequence like a typical grade level would in Gen Ed. Here is our level, this is just an example of a math lesson, level 3, level 2, level 1. And so the students can use this typically with manipulatives, typically hands-on materials. So the first one the student might write, the second one it might trace, third one they might be matching, but it's able to be designed that a student can do it in whatever way they're able to participate. Here's a few more examples of ways that a student might utilize some of these hands-on tasks while they're using ULS or the Unique Learning Systems. And then as the students get older, Unique Learning Systems really grows up with our students, focusing on very functional academics. So you can see on the far left, we have an audition form, so our students are learning how to fill out forms, applications, focusing on safety, traffic signs, things like that. Maybe the last one is kind of role-playing of different traffic scenarios or safety scenarios, so really making it functional for our students as they get older. Every time a student has a new IEP, we get new annual goals, and the teacher will create new tasks and activities for the student to be able to progress monitor and collect data on those new goals. So sometimes we'll facilitate the data systems and data activities through ULS, and sometimes we'll base it on our students' interests and needs. So we have here's a student goal. I'm just going to walk you through the process of how we would collect data on that specific goal. So the goal here is that a student is going to be able to count out a number of manipulatives up till 5. And so if we're basing it on our students' interests, and maybe the student really likes McDonald's French fries, we have an opportunity here for that student to, he has a number card, put the appropriate number of fries into that bag. And we're going to base the student's accuracy on how many they get correct, right? So if they do all 5 correctly, 100%. If they get 1, they might be 20%. So when we're setting our goals at the beginning of the year or of the IEP year, we want to make it something that's achievable, but also going to push that student. So in the beginning, they might be at 10 or 20% accuracy, and hopefully by the end of the year, maybe 70, 90, 100% accuracy, depending on what their IEP goal is as far as mastery. So if you walked into one of our essential academics classrooms, teachers have different kinds of tracking systems, but this is one example of this goal. So the goal again is matching that number between 1 and 5. So they have the date on the far left and then the task that they used. So maybe they used that fry task, maybe they used counting bears, maybe they used stickers. And then the next column is the level of prompting they needed. So if they were able to do it independently, if they needed verbal prompts, if they needed gestures or physical prompts. And then the far right is going to be the accuracy they did it. So at the beginning of that IEP year, maybe they're at 20% accuracy, but maybe by March they've made a lot of progress and they're up to 80% accuracy. And then here's just an example of what the progress report would look like going home to that student with their report card. And it will just have that date and what their current accuracy is at. And so this process is going to look similar as they get into older grades. Of course, the goal, the activities, the rigor will increase as our students get older. And so below are just a few more activities of very functional tasks, very functional goals that a student might have. We have a sorting utensil one. The middle one is a counting out sugar packets so that they maybe would be able to have a job at a restaurant where they could do that. The last one is a table setting. So they would all get an accuracy score for how well they're able to complete those tasks. And when we're looking at our data collection, our goals, all these things, our main goal and the reason we do it is because we just want to equip our students with the skills they need to be independent and to have as little adult support as possible so they can be functional and independent as possible. And then we just wanted to go ahead and share our contact information if anyone had any future questions or needed to touch base on anything.
Do you all have any questions for us this evening?
I have a couple.
Yeah.
Can you explain the rationale? There's sister schools.
Yes.
What is the rationale between having sister schools versus a classroom at each one of the elementary school campuses?
So when we're looking at our essential academics, it's a very, very small population of our most significant cognitive needed students. And so it's difficult to get a teacher in these kinds of classes, especially when we might have one campus that would have one or two students. So with our sister schools, we're able to fully staff that and then have a smaller number of class, but then not have it distributed too thinly. And then it also helps to have teachers. We typically try to have 2 teachers at an elementary school. It gives them an opportunity to co-teach. It gives them an opportunity to split by maybe K2, 3, 5 instead of having those students for 6 years all in one class. Is there anything you wanted to add to that, Dawn?
Just the secondary question I have, we talk about lesson plans, is that you showed the data collection.
Right.
And coming up with those lesson plans. When are the teachers able to create lesson plans? Because looks like they're individual lesson plans for each student. Can you kind of talk a little bit more about how that teacher ratio kind of works on time-wise?
So it's very different. Dawn mentioned we're looking at a 1-to-3 ratio, but we do have students in their IEPs who have lower ratios. And so when a teacher is planning for that day, they're going to have math, and it's going to be leveled by that student's goal. Typically, we're going to look at where they are in their IEP, and that's the focus. And so in EA, it looks a little bit different because we're working on students who might be grouped at a certain level, and then we have students that are working on things on an independent level. So it does take a lot more planning because every student has tasks that are created specifically for them. So it's definitely a scheduling piece. And I will tell you, a lot of the instruction is coming from your paraprofessionals in those classrooms. And so if it's math time, we might be blocked into 3 sections. One section of kids that are working on 0 to 5, maybe one that's working on 0 to 10, and then those are working higher up. So the lesson, maybe the content or the skill is going to be the same, but it's going to be leveled by students. So it really is a feat for these teachers to make sure that they are able to plan and do that appropriately. Go ahead.
I wanted to share that within the schedule, we make sure that the teachers have access to a planning period, just like our general education teachers. And then we make sure that they have access to things like trainings and PLC time to be able to work district-wide. And Rachel and her team put that together and make sure that they're able to come in and build upon their skills so that we're looking at the tools that we have from the unique learning system and knowing how to appropriately plan those lessons so that it doesn't become a reinventing the wheel. It becomes a smooth process of being able to build upon where that student previously was. So it does come from the planning, and as Rachel mentioned, a lot of the interaction does happen with our paraprofessionals. They're led under the guidance of that teacher who plans the lessons and then is able to help make sure and support the data collection that those paraprofessionals are taking. But our teachers predominantly do that more independent assessment of skills. Our paraprofessionals do a lot of formative assessing throughout and see how the students are building, but we'll get very specific data from the lesson planning that's done from our teachers.
I have a quick question.
Yes, please.
You spoke about the agreement we have with Luling, and it may be a Liz Oaks question, but so are we still having an agreement with them? We just won't be accepting their students?
We still work as a multi-county educational service with them. We do have students that come to us for other supportive needs, some of our specialized behavior supports that we might need to provide for them with our district that is not something they can currently do. And our secondary essential academic students are still with us at our level. The 8 students that are going back are elementary age students because they're building upon that. They began last year with preschool and having preschool students, and then they've expanded into now being able to have elementary essential academics. So we're going to continue to help them build their capacity and being able to support those students within their district, but we still have that multi-county agreement with them.
Thank you.
First of all, thank you for what you all do. It's good work, and I know it's not that simple. It's very challenging. Do you get a lot of good feedback from the parents as far as how their students are progressing at home during the daily task versus what they do at school?
Yes. It's a tough question to answer because, we make a lot of goals, and one of the big focuses of the goals is, can we get this skill to be applied across settings? And so that's one consideration we look at a lot. I will tell you most of the time when I'm interacting with parents, when I'm seeing big changes in the students, especially because we're looking at functional goals, right? We're looking at maybe restrooming goals or following schedules or dressing themselves. So for those things, definitely, when we see progress for the most part, we get a lot of feedback from our parents that, yes, we're seeing that same growth at home, which is amazing. There sometimes are things where sometimes our parents are shocked when I tell them, hey, he sat down with me and he worked for 30 minutes, and the parents are floored because sometimes we can get things, just like with our gen ed students, we can sometimes get things out of their students that they weren't expecting. But for the most part, typically, we see pretty comparable progress because so many of those goals are very functional and across settings.
I just have one last question. This year, the board has heard that we've had a difficult time filling special education positions.
Yes.
Can you kind of speak to how does that shortage lead to difficulty in curriculum and education in the classroom?
Yeah. So I'll tell you the biggest difficulty goes back to your initial question, which was just the planning and the supporting of students. And so we do have it currently at 3 of our elementary students or campuses. We have 2 elementary EA teacher spots, and we have 1 teacher who is case managing both of those. And so it does become very difficult for them to create these IEP goals, to create the tasks that go along with them, and then to make the time to lesson plan for both classes, bounce back and forth, be able to direct teach, and then leave their paras to do stations and things like that and flop back and forth. So it really just stretches our teachers thin to be able to provide the attention to detail and the very individualized work and activities as well as they would like to be able to do that.
And when we look at it from a broader perspective, our students who may be able to have that least restrictive environment expanded for them and looking into coming out, when we start looking at what we can provide for our students, we want to make sure that it's not only appropriate in building independence, but that we're able to collaborate with our general education teachers. So we at the district level, our specialists push in to provide support. We have our art facilitators that provide support in being able to help kind of touch base on all of those things that we need. So even in the times when we may not be where we want to be exactly with our staffing, we do have a very close-knit team that is working together to build capacity across their skill set and what we can do to try and support those teachers in the best ways possible to take that off of their plate as well and be there for that support.
I'm sorry. So how is your software? I know you guys do a lot of reporting and so forth. Could there be any improvements in software?
There can always be improvements in software. We this year started a new program. We moved away from our previous program based upon some changes that needed to be made. And the new program we have, we're still working out kinks that we see and working out reporting that we can do. But as we build capacity with that and we are able to train our teachers more in depth on what to do, we are recognizing that they are using it much more appropriately. That goal reporting progress and things that you're seeing is all within one frame right now rather than being separate as it previously was. So now we work on the next step, and that's making sure that the data that we're utilizing to have that progress monitoring has the same level of rigor in what we see from our teachers as what we're trying to provide for our students educationally.
Any other questions? Thank you very much. We appreciate your time. Next is item 4C, notice of intent to apply for federal grants. Cindy Borden.
Good evening, President Crittenden, Dr. V. Hill, and Board of Trustee members. Thank you for having me back here to talk about money. We all love money. So every year whenever we apply for federal grants, we have to have a presentation just to let you know, it's just an informational item to let you know that we are applying for grants. And so this is a list of grants that are coming up this summer. The first 5 are part of the ESSA, the Every Student Succeeds Act grant. It's a formula grant, and we receive these funds every year. TEA has not released the planning amounts. They were supposed to do that yesterday, but late last week we got a memo that said they will do it tomorrow. So that is why those amounts are still listed as TBA. But just to give you a little bit of perspective, I went ahead and listed our final entitlement for the current fiscal year so you can kind of get an idea of what we might be looking at for next year. And then the 2 below all of the ESSA grants are the IDEAB and preschool grants. Those are for our special ed. And finally is the Perkins 5 that's for our CTE grant. Are there any questions? Ms. Burns? It's a little bit, there's a lot of questioning because right now the federal government has put on a continuing resolution, meaning that we're basically not going to see much of an increase, which is kind of why TEA is still a little bit hesitant on what they are going to allocate for the districts right now. But as you can see, it's going to be pretty comparable. That usually the planning amounts are slightly less than what the final amounts end up being.
Any further questions?
Great. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Have a nice evening.
Next is item 4D, Seguin ISD Purchasing Cooperative Management Fees Report 2024-2025.
This is just an annual information item. It lists the cooperatives that Seguin ISD is part of, and then if there are any fees associated with them. A lot of times there are no fees. Sometimes they're based on the amount of the purchase, and so it gets billed once a year, like you can see from the Region 20 cooperative, but we have 3 on there that we paid fees for.
Any questions? All right. Thank you. So we'll move on to E, the budget presentation.
Okay, this is kind of a lot, so I'm apologizing right now, but tried to cram a lot in one presentation. It's a legislative year. There's a lot of moving parts. So what I put together is an explanation of some of school finance in relation to revenue so that you could understand how it works and then how that legislation that's out there in the House and the Senate is related to our revenue, specifically to Seguin ISD, and then some raise scenarios. They're very much scenarios because there is some legislation where our revenue is tied to raises. So just to kind of give you an idea of what it all means for us as we will need to adopt a budget in June. So on the revenue side, and if you have any questions as we go along, there's a lot of information, a lot of slides. I don't mind you asking, super laid back. So So our school finance, our revenue that we get is tied to our tax rate. So we have our M&O tax rate and our INS tax rate. We're only going to talk about our M&O, which is our maintenance and operations. So we receive revenue with that tax rate. That tax rate is made up of our maximum compressed tax rate, which TEA will not set that until August. So I will go ahead and estimate that with our preliminary values. But again, they say for sure what that's going to be in August. And so we have that rate, and we add on our golden or our copper pennies. Seguin only has golden pennies. We have 6 of them. So copper pennies don't mean anything for us. So the way we get our money is taxpayers are billed. They pay their tax bills. The collections are collected, sent on to the school district, and we keep those collections as part of our revenue. And I'm going to show you how that's calculated. And then we are also given more money to supplement that. So depending on what kind of a school district you are and lots of factors, some school districts get more money from the state to get up to their funding level after tax collections, and some send some of their money back. We are one of those districts where we keep all of our tax collections, and we also get money supplemented from the state through our foundation school program revenue. So a foundation school program is most of the revenue that we receive from the state. There's a tier 1 and there's a tier 2 part to this revenue. Tier 1 we're going to look at first. Tier 1 is about 75% of our total funding. And this is where you hear about the basic allotment, the $61.60 per student that has not increased since 1920. This is the main part of that funding, and then there's lots of allotments added on there. I've only listed a few of them. The size of the district, lots of special programs, special ed, mentor program allotment, transportation. There's a lot of different allotments. But this part of our funding is decided by our ADA, which is our average daily attendance. So this is the number of kids, the number of actual students that are in attendance every day for the whole year, divided by the number of days of instruction. You hear ADA referred to as butts and seats, commonly in school finance. This is what this is. If you have 1 kid come to school 1 day, your ADA is 1. If you have 10 come to school 1 day, your ADA is 10. So that's very simplistic, but that's how it's calculated. And that goes with our allotments to determine our tier 1 funding. So our tier 1 foundation school program funding is tied to our tier 1 tax rate, which is the maximum compressed tax rate. That's the same thing. As you can see, starting in 2021, that legislative year, we had to start decreasing that tax rate. It's tax rate compression. The legislators started to give property tax relief to taxpayers. So that is how our maximum compressed tax rate has gone down every year. Now, as our tax rate goes down, if our values were to stay the same, obviously our collections are going to go down as well. So as our total collections goes down in relation to our ADA, the amount of state funding that we receive from the state goes up. So just because our tax rate is decreasing does not mean we were losing funding. It just means it was costing the state more. So you see examples where the state says, or Texas Education Agency says, that they're contributing more to school finance than they ever have. That doesn't mean we're getting more money. That just means it's costing them more because they have passed that savings on to taxpayers. So I have an example, a very simple example. The houses. So let's say that we have 3 districts, District A, B, C. They're exactly the same size school district. They all have 1 house, and the only difference is the value of the houses. So in District A, there's a house and it's valued at $100,000. District B, valued at $200,000, and District C is valued at $1 million. And each of the districts has 1 student, and she's exactly the same. And you can see the little S on the greenhouse, the girl in the greenhouse. We're gonna say that's Seguin. That's the Seguin example. So we're gonna, to be simple, we're gonna say their maximum compressed tax rate is $1, which nobody has $1, but that makes it simple. As they do their tax collections, they collect $1 for every $100,000 in value. So the first school district collects their tax collections and they get $10. The second district receives $20 and the third district receives $1,000. So the state says, let's do, actually I think I'm wrong, 100, the first house, I don't know where my little 100 went, it's probably gonna pop up here in a minute. The first house collected $100 in tax collections, the second house collected $200 in tax collections, and the third collected $1,000, based on their maximum compressed tax rate and the value of each house. Well, the state said, okay, that student is worth $200. So District A, this is like Seguin, we guarantee that you're gonna get $200 for that student, so we're gonna send you another $100 to give you that $200 for that student. District B, you collected $200. We're not going to send you any more, but you get to keep all your tax collections. District C, you collected $1,000, but she's only worth $200. So we're going to take that $800 back and we're going to use it to pay District A. And that's where you hear recapture, Robin Hood. That's one part of it in Tier 2. There is recapture in Tier 1 and Tier 2, but that's our example for Tier 1. And again, Seguin is the greenhouse. We collect taxes, but we also receive supplement from the state at this point in time. Okay, so then there's Tier 2 of the tax rate. And this is considered enrichment funding. So this is Tier 2 of the tax rate. These are our golden pennies. And then the funding from the state is for enrichment. It's based on our tax effort above the maximum compressed tax rate. And it is based on what's called WADA, which is weighted average daily attendance. So all those extra allotments that you saw in the slide for Tier 1, they take the total of all of those allotments and they divide it by the basic allotment. And that equals our weighted average daily attendance, which decides our Tier 2 funding. So for Tier 2, you can have up to 8 golden pennies and 9 copper pennies with a total of 17 total enrichment pennies. Those require voter approval. So you can't just keep them, but you ask the community for the golden pennies like we did last year with Evader, and that's how you are able to collect on those. So we have the same 3 districts, A, B, and C, same 3 houses, and all of these districts we're going to say have 6 golden pennies, which is what we have right now. Same girl, and again, we have the little girl with the Seguin logo on it. That's Seguin. And we're collecting our golden pennies for this $100,000 home. So if that's all we're collecting on, we're going to receive $60 from those golden pennies. District B, the house is valued more, so they're going to collect $120 from their golden pennies. And District C is going to collect $600 because their house is valued more. So again, the state guarantees a certain amount for those golden pennies. You hear of the Austin yield. They guarantee you're going to get $129.52 per WADA. So if you don't collect at least that, they're going to supplement it to get you up to that level. District A did not collect that. So this is much like the first example where even though this is Tier 2, the state also says you more money for those golden pennies. District B collected $120. That's what she's worth. So they don't get any more money from the state, but they get to keep all that money. District C collected $600. Now that's more than she's worth. She's only worth $120 according to WADA, the weighted average daily attendance. But the state says, since those are golden pennies, you don't have to send any of that back. You get to keep it. So this is why golden pennies are so valuable. You're guaranteed a certain amount, and if you go over that, you don't have to send it back. Copper pennies, you do. So copper pennies aren't always a good thing. It's different for every school district. You just have to do the calculation.
And the way that you add those golden pennies is through a Vader?
Yes, ma'am. A tax ratification election, a voter approval tax ratification election. So this local collections and the guaranteed yield. For Seguin was 6 pennies. Last year that generated $3.3 million. They guaranteed 4.8. So the state sends us that money from these golden pennies, from 6 golden pennies. had we received 8 golden pennies, had the Vader passed and we received 8 golden pennies, our local collections would have gone up because we're taxing 2 more pennies, right? So we would have received 4.4 million in local collections, and the guaranteed yield would have been 6.1 million. So it was about $2.5 more million that would be generated year after year with those 2 golden pennies. Okay, so now kind of trying to relate this to legislation. This is that slide I had earlier where we started talking about the foundation school program, Tier 1, Tier 2. If you're watching all of the legislative items, you know that it's changing daily. So I did this 2 weeks ago, and I've been updating it. You'll start to see my updates from yesterday here in a minute. Those are in blue. But this slide is strictly House Bill 2 and the things that are specific to Seguin that they had in that bill that would affect Seguin positively. So I've highlighted those. Obviously, the basic allotment is a big thing. Size of district, we're not a small or a mid-sized district, so that wouldn't have benefited us. But specifically, dyslexia, SPED, CTE, state comp ed, the teacher incentive allotment, bilingual, and the early education allotment. They also are adding or proposing to add funding tied to special education evaluations and also a fine arts allotment. So the basic allotment is something that they talk about every legislative session. It's a big deal. They are proposing a significant increase on the House side, a less significant increase on the Senate side. The way that they're paying for some of this is through the golden penny yield being frozen. So that's a situation where if they freeze the golden penny yield, according to current law, that golden penny yield was set to increase over the next 2 years, which would have been additional revenue for Seguin. So they are proposing freezing that. So we would lose a little bit of money there, but the increase in the basic allotment would more than make up for that. Special ed, they're proposing that some of this funding, they're not looking at changing the weights, but rather basing it on the intensity of the services, and also $1,000 for every SPED evaluation, whether they're a Seguin ISD student or not, in regards to vouchers. Dyslexia, they are not necessarily looking at increasing the weights, but expanding the students that we collect funding on. Both comp ed and bilingual are increased to weights. The early education, that's a proposal for full day pre-K for students that are eligible. And then fine arts is new, and that's based on ADA of students that are enrolled in fine arts in grades 6 through 12. Okay, so this is that same slide again, and what I've done is I've crossed out or put in red the changes according to House Bill 2. So you can see the basic allotment from House Bill 2 proposal is from $6,160 to $6,555. Based on our current students, I calculated what that was worth to the district. So just under 2.5 million from the basic allotment increase, and so on and so forth down the list. Things like career and technology and the early education allotment, where I have BA in parentheses, those are not areas where they are increasing the funding, but they are kind of like unintended consequences from the change in the basic allotment. So the way the formula works, it trickles down. So those are all the additions according to House Bill 2 for Seguin ISD. In regards to Tier 2, the only change that's proposing is the yield for the golden penny being frozen by capping that yield at $129.52. So again, that's a little bit of a reduction. And this is where I started adding the Senate recommendations in blue. So you're gonna see where I had my original presentation in red. So the Senate had the same in their legislation on this particular thing. The total addition in revenue under House Bill 2 for Seguin for next year is $4.23 million. The Senate, and again I updated this yesterday, was $2.9 million. And all subject to change, lots of other little bills. I When I first started in schools, I poured through this stuff daily. I don't do that anymore. I look at it like twice, and then I wait for them to make a decision because honestly, I can't keep track. So, okay, House Bill 2. The biggest part of House Bill 2 is the required compensation increase. But that's something that would be important to y'all and to our staff. They are requiring 40% of the funding gain from 24-25 to 25-26 to be used for compensation increases. So you can see at the bottom, 40% requirement, according to the gain estimated for House Bill 2 would be $1.6 million. 75% of that 40% would have to go to salary increases for teachers, nurses, librarians, and counselors. So that 75% requirement, as it is now, before the Senate gets a hold of it, before they come to an agreement, is this $1.241 million. And then the other 25% may be used to increase compensation paid to other district employees. Doesn't have to be, but it can be. And that's the $413,000. There's lots of little pieces in there. You do have to prioritize and make sure that you're giving a larger increase to teachers with more experience. Just some rough estimates with our current salary table. If we did straight percentage raises from the midpoint on that table, we would already be meeting those requirements as they are now because we have enough, it just works out. So, according to the Senate committee substitute for House Bill 2, they also had a teacher pay increase in there. Theirs is different. It's just a straight flow through the school where teachers with 3 to less than 5 years experience would receive $2,500. So we would get $2,500, we'd give it to those teachers. And then teachers with greater than 5 years of experience would be $5,500. No increase for teachers 0 to 2 in the current substitute. They did both have an increase in the teacher incentive allotment as well. So here are some scenarios. I've put together 4 scenarios. At the top of each one, I have this teacher, counselor, librarian spend requirement of $1.2 million. That's going to be on every slide, just as a reminder. The way that the House presented their bill, that would be our spend requirement for teachers and counselors, librarians. One thing to remember is that we already have step raises. That would not normally be considered part of the raise, so I've pulled that out. But to move our teachers up one step from this year to the next, with the teachers we have right now, it costs us about $260,000. We did do that last year. We did not do raises, but we did have the step increase. So a 3% raise would cost $1,028,000. 3% midpoint for all other staff is $800,000. You don't have to do the same percentages. This is just how I put it together. The total addition to the budget is just over $2 million. I have some fun facts about this scenario. The starting teacher salary would have gone from $57,000 to $58,710, with an average annual increase for teachers of about $2,100, and then an average annual increase for hourly, which is going to be all your clerical, maintenance, grounds, custodians, of between $986 and $1,187. One thing you need to notice about this slide is the spend requirement of 1.241. This 3% does not get us to that 1.241. Another thing to kind of tie into this is a VADER. If the board were to move forward with a VADER in November of this year, that would increase our revenue next year. So that means the gain from 24-25 to 25-26 would be a much larger gain because we would be collecting on those 2 additional golden pennies. So that increase in revenue for the district would be subject to being passed on to staff in the form of raises. So if the House bill if that side of it gets passed and we did a VADER, we would increase our revenue, but that 40% of that would have to go into raises, which is, some people say, oh, that's that would be hard because it's year after year, but the revenue is also year after year. So it's a great way to pass that money on to staff. Okay, scenario number 2, I have the spend requirement up there again. This is a 4% raise to everyone, including staff not subject to the required raise. And notice I have the midpoint in all of these scenarios. That gets confusing to people when you do a raise because they're like, oh, I make $10 an hour, I should be getting exactly 4% of that. But it's a good practice to keep it on the midpoint. When you don't do that and you just do 5% year after year after year, if you have people that are low on the pay scale and you have people that are high on the pay scale, they just keep getting farther and farther apart. So if you can stick to the midpoint, people on the lower end of the pay scale might get a little bit more of a raise per, as far as pennies or whatever, and people on the higher end are going to get a little less because it's based on the middle. So this has a total addition to the budget of $2.6 million. As you can see, this does meet the current spend requirement. So a 4% raise would meet House Bill 2. And these are the fun facts for scenario number 2. This is what our starting teacher salary would go up to with an average annual increase for teachers and staff of $2,800. If you remember, the Senate bill compensation piece was $2,500 for 3 to 5 years. So this is a little bit more than the Senate bill for teachers 3 to 5 years, but it's going to be less than teachers with more experience. Scenario number 3, I just went up to 5%. Same spend requirement. You can see this is a total addition of the budget to the budget of almost $3.3 million. And this moves teachers up to almost $60,000 with an average annual increase for teachers on staff of $3,500. This one, scenario number 4, is I just changed it up a little bit, looked back historically at what Seguin has done. Sometimes they do 1% for teachers, maybe a little bit more, trying to get hourly staff a bigger increase. So this is just a 4% and then a 5% to all other staff with a total addition of almost $3 million. And this is where you see a little bit bigger increase for hourly staff as compared to the same as teachers. I added this slide yesterday. This is, I had the red amounts for House Bill 2, and so when I went back, I just kept all the red amounts the same, and then I calculated what each part of Senate Bill 2 was doing for our situation. So you can see the basic allotment for House Bill 2 was about $2.5 million for House Bill, but the Senate is only $240,000 because it's only a $55 increase to the basic allotment. So you can kind of compare the House bill to the Senate bill and how it affects Seguin ISD. The special ed weights, they were not going to go into effect for the Senate bill. So you see I put 2627 there. It's an increase of $84,000. And they did have a higher amount for special ed evaluations in the Senate than the House. Some of it stayed the same. Career and technology wanted to add students enrolled in JROTC. Teacher incentive allotment, again, those were not going to come into effect until 26-27. And they did add a teacher retention allotment, and that's part of the required compensation increase. And just keep in mind, this is probably changed today. I did it yesterday. So when we know, then we'll get I'll give you all a clear picture of everything that did happen and the numbers. It's really hard when there's a legislative session year, especially this year, because we haven't had a change in revenue in so long, and here we are trying to adopt a budget for July 1, but other schools are in the same boat as we are. So we've been working on the budget, and I really appreciate both Denise and Lisa, the budget committee. It's been great information. They've gotten to know Sally really well. She's a phenomenal budget coordinator, so super grateful.
I have a quick question for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you saying if we don't pass a tax ratification, if we don't have an election, then it won't be a 3 to 5% raise? Are you,
So if we were to have a Vader, same thing as we tried last year, it would increase our funding in next year. If it passed in November, we would receive that funding next year. So the required compensation increases are based on how much money we got in revenue this school year and how much we're gonna get next year. So the number would go up more than if we didn't pass the
but
Vader.
we would still be able to do that without?
You're gonna have to give a raise somehow.
Okay.
The House wants it based on 40% of the funding gain. The Senate just wants it to go to teachers.
As long as those bills pass.
Yes, yes, sir.
As long as
It can still
as
change.
the legislation passes those bills, then the teachers will get a raise. And if we were to do a Vader, or not the Vader,
Right.
then they would get even more of a raise. But if the legislation does like they did last year, they're not going to get anything. And then it's up to
Yeah.
us to figure out how we're going to give them a raise. So we would have to do a Vader to be able to give them a raise.
Yeah, so
that's if the legislation does their job and passes either one of these bills.
yes, so some schools have gotten into trouble in recent legislative years for saying we're going to give people raises in June and pass their July budget, and then they didn't get the money from the legislature. So I'm not a proponent of counting on 1 penny from the legislature or an increase in students. Seguin's gotten burned doing that. So, I mean, my recommendation would be to not give a raise until the legislature says what they're going to do. I'm hoping we know more by the end of June. And then if you do give a raise and it wasn't enough, you can amend it to get up to what you're required to give. If you do give a raise and it was more than what the legislature is going to give you, then you're giving the raise, but you're not receiving the funding.
And it's important to note that most districts are in the same.
Everyone's in the same
Scenario.
boat. Everyone's in the same boat. And by giving you all these numbers, you know, really I want you to understand what the difference is between the House and the Senate, but also realize we have no idea. Like, we have no idea. It's all over the place. As we're working on the budget, we've had a large amount of budget addition requests this year. So our process, we send out budget packets to departments, campuses. We say this is how much you got last year, or this is how much you get according to how many students are going to be on your campus, or we anticipate will be on your campus. And they respond with things that they think they need in addition to what they've had in the past. This also includes district-wide staff. So if we think we need to add staff because of student ratios, whether it be SPED or on a certain campus, we currently have about $6 million in additional requests. That's a lot, considering we are currently at a $2.8 million deficit. So our process is to get those requests, and then we organize them for SLT, and we start going through them in SLT. We have done that, and we will do it again. Most of those requests are requested staff. I would say the biggest dollar amounts are requested staff, and there are a lot of things that we have no control over. We're gonna have to give them more money, whether we like it or not. Where there's a lot of increase in costs, whether it's supplies, software, property insurance. We just did our annual property insurance review. It went up $100,000. Last year it went up by $180,000. It really wasn't that big of an increase this year considering we have added so much property. So we anticipated an increase. $100,000 is way less than other districts are seeing. So obviously we can't approve $6 million in additions to the budget, as much as fun as that would be. So we are considering, you know, a do not exceed amount. I honestly don't think that we can get, we're gonna have to add about $2.5 million to our budget, and that does not include raises. That includes staff and increase in costs. So we're working through that, and we will get that as low as we can and bring a budget back to y'all in June. That seems like a lot. June 17th, you all are gonna get a budget to approve. Keep in mind that I'm sure we're gonna amend that budget, whether it be July, August, November. We're gonna have to amend that based on legislation. So again, the tax ratification election, we talk about the Vader. Keep in mind that is completely different than a bond election. When you are talking about a Vader to the public, you have to be able to speak to your maximum compressed tax rate because that determines the change in their taxes. If the state says you have to decrease your tax rate by 5 pennies, and we're asking for 2 golden pennies, then their tax rate is decreasing by 3 pennies. Until we have that from TEA in August, it's simply my calculation. So I would hope it's right, but if there's a change in values that's completely out of my control, they're also comparing that to the statewide growth. So it's usually close. But when you are going out to the public to speak about a Vader, they want to know how their tax rate's going to change. We will not know that until the beginning of August. So it's different than a bond election. It's a different conversation. We're not asking people to build property. We're just asking people to edit their tax rate to maximize our revenue. Some other options are a 3 to a 5% raise to staff in December. You could tie it to the TRE, and if the TRE passes, you're likely going to have to give a bigger raise if we're closer to the House bill than the Senate bill. That's one way to get people to vote for it, and it would benefit all of our staff. But just keep in mind that these staff raises are dependent on the legislation, which we have no control over, and it would also be dependent on additional revenue from a TRE. I know we just went through that process not very long ago. It's extremely overwhelming to think about doing that again, very much so, but we are leaving money on the table. We're saving the state money by not doing that. So, okay, almost to the end. These are our projections of our fund balance, where we are now, where we project to be at the end of the 24-25 school year. As of right now, this could still change. There's a lot of things that go into the closing out the fiscal year. We think we're going to end the year with about $29 million in our fund balance. If House Bill 2 were to pass as it is, I don't think it will, but if it were to, that's another $4.2 million in revenue. So we're at a $2.8 million deficit currently in this year. If we adopted the same budget next year, we didn't add anything to anybody's budgets, we didn't give a raise, we would still be sitting at a $2.8 million deficit. So let's say we did raise it, let's say we did $3 million in budget additions. So that's going to add another $3 million to our deficit. Let's say that we gave a 4% raise based on the scenarios, which is going to cost us $2.7 million. Our estimated 25-26 budget deficit with raises, with budget additions, with House bill as it is now, would be $4.3 million next year. So that leaves us at the end of next school year with a $24.7 million fund balance. The minimum assigned fund balance per our local policy, which is it's 25% of our annual expenditure. So that number changes every year depending on our budget, is $21 million. So we say we're not going to fall below $21 million in this scenario, which is not going to be exact. We're going to be at $24.7 million at the end of next year. TEA, for first rating purposes, they like you to have 60 to 90 days of cash on hand to get, all your high scores. I did the calculation, would it benefit us to change our local policy? It wouldn't. 25% is, I'm sure it was set that way on purpose. So this is with no TRE where we are today. And I don't want to be like all gloom and doom, we can't use our fund balance. We may fall below that, our local policy at some point. It's not the end of the world. There's a lot of schools that have fallen below that. As a CFO, I wouldn't like to see that happen, but it's kind of where we're at right now. So I did the exact same calculations, but I added the additional revenue in there if we did a tax ratification election. I did have to raise the amount of the raises because if House bill passes, the way that it is, we would have to give higher raises if that happens. Not saying it's going to, but if it did. So our estimated 25-26 ending fund balance with the additional revenue from the TRE, a little bit higher raises, would be 26.5 million. The other was 24.7 million. These are kind of next steps. June 4th, I will need to post the notice for our hearing. That's going to give what I estimate our maximum compressed tax rate to be, along with our current golden pennies and our proposed budget numbers. Our public hearing is scheduled for June 17th. Now, even though we're having a tax rate hearing, we're not adopting our tax rate that day. We'll come back and do that in August. It's just part of the notice. So that gets kind of confusing. It's because we're a July 1 school district instead of a September 1. So you post it, and then you don't have to repost it unless it wasn't high enough. So also on June 17th, the board adopts the budget, but you're going to be doing more amendments than normally, I would suspect. Do you have any questions? I don't know if it was amazing. It's a lot. Thank you. And really, the biggest thing is we just don't know.
I just had a quick question. Yeah, thank you. You did an amazing job on all the calculations. I'm a data freak, so that's some good numbers. When do they have open enrollment for insurance? Because I know one of the concerns that a lot of the employees have is you get 3%, but your insurance goes up.
Yeah, so we will know on insurance rates this summer, and then open enrollment will start in August, and we have no idea what to expect on rates. They calculate it regionally now. We're in Region 20, so as soon as we know the increases, we'll pass that on, and that can always be something the board can take action on as well. Yeah, right now we contribute $368 to every employee that takes out the TRS health insurance. And we can, at that point, I'll probably say, hey, this is what other school districts contribute in our area, our competitors, so we can kind of compare and make sure that we're competitive and in line. We also did get some bids, I suppose, for alternative medical plans. You know, a lot of school districts have opted out of TRS in the past, and I just like to look at that every year to see if it's a better deal for us to get out of TRS. It's not at this time, but we'll also see what happens this summer. So. Okay.
Just want to say thank you for your crystal ball. And,
Yeah,
all those projections are fantastic, and let's hope that the legislation does their job this year.
Yes, thank you.
Any further questions? Okay. Moving on to item 4F, financial statements for March 2025.
Yeah, so we're 75% through the year. We still have 3 months. A lot changes in those 3 months, but there's nothing in here that's out of line or causes alarm to me or should be questioned. You'll see on the debt service fund, we will pay a defeasance in June. So that will be something that will show up on there. We did close on our last bond sale today, so $44 million. And we're planning to structure our debt with that, if you don't remember, with higher principal payments in year 1 instead of doing a defeasance next year. So, and as always, the legislatures don't like defeasances, so they're trying to get rid of those. But
You would think they would want us to pay things off, you know, early. Save taxpayer money. Any questions about the financial statement? Okay, we'll move on to item 4G, new vendors.
okay, again, these are just vendors that have replied to our RFPs that are sitting out there. Does not mean we will do business with them. We have not at this point, or if we have, it's because they replied to the one that was done a year ago. So now they are just added to our vendor list.
Questions? All right, 4H, purchases made over $50,000.
Again, this is just informative. According to our purchase policy, we need to bring this to you regularly for purchases over $50,000 that were cooperative, interlocal, and that's what these are.
Just real quick, could you, the Professional Services Industries, Inc.?
Yes, sir.
For professional services?
Mhm.
Could you tell us what those professional services are?
Yes, sir. So that's part of our bond projects, our construction, and they fall under this government code section 2254, where we do not have to do bids for those. So this is specifically, this is like McQueenie, the new construction at McQueenie, and they come in and do all of the concrete testing, the geotechnical type testing. And
Any other questions? All right, and then 4I, discussion of AJ Briesemeister Middle School construction projects.
so this is a corresponding closed item session so that this is on the agenda so you're able to speak about it in closed session.
Thank you. Moving on to action items. Sorry, you don't get a break. 5A, approval of GCAD Guadalupe County Appraisal District Resolution regarding acquisition and renovation of Mary B. Erskine Building.
Yes, so this is my item, but do you want to say something?
I do. So good evening, Madam President, Superintendent Vigil, and fellow trustees. In November, I was honored to be appointed to the Board of Directors for the Guadalupe Appraisal District with your support. Tonight, I am delighted to introduce our esteemed Chief Appraiser, Peter Snaden. Peter will be presenting an exciting vision for the potential future location of the appraisal district. Please join me in welcoming Peter to give his presentation.
All right, Mr. Bright, I appreciate the introduction, sir, as well as your addition to the board this past year. We had real briefly, we had a big restructuring based off of the legislative session, where we went from 5 individuals to 9. 3 are voted at large through the county, as well as the 5 that are appointed by the entities by vote. And then, of course, the taxpayer, the tax assessor and collector, not liaison, is an automatic member. So we have great diverse individuals that has been very helpful during this period of time where we're doing our due diligence to try to find an adequate remedy for current challenges that we face here with the district. And I'll go ahead and start here real briefly. We do a lot more, obviously, at the district than just send everybody their notice in the spring. We administer 87,000 active tax exemptions, and I believe it's going to change, obviously, with the legislation, as Ms. Liz was mentioning. We maintain records of more than 90,000 taxpayers. We are constantly updating our searchable tool for the property owners online with all the new changes and new subdivisions that come online annually. And this is the big issue that's kind of started back in April of last year, but we're averaging roughly about 24,000 appeals a year. So that can get, logistically, that can get pretty tight when we have about roughly 70 to 75 days to get to that 95% approval, or excuse me, 95% resolve rate. And of course, we've increased to 32 individual taxing units. This is from 2008, the initial, when I just started actually with the district, right after they completed this. This was the addition to the 1980s original structure in the front. So it increased us to about 8,800 square feet. Obviously, this is today. The only addition was the parking lot to make sure that we had adequate space for the increased volume of traffic that we have from property owners coming in. So last April, obviously, like I brought it to the attention of the board that we needed to start looking at a remedy for the challenges that we face. Here's an image of the interior of our lobby during the appeal season last year. Obviously, very cluttered. There's not much room. ADA issues for our visitors, movability, getting around. There's that parking lot that I was discussing where, in and out can get really tight sometimes. Sorry. Workstations, obviously I've shown some photos here of the workstations that, really packed in. I've utilized as much space as we have in this building. Big issue, obviously we only have 4 restrooms, single occupancy, so it can get pretty long lines of wait lines. IT workstation, very small at this particular time. When they built this, obviously the renovation and everything, it was adequate at that time, but over the last 17 years, we've kind of reached the point where we've outgrown it. We do try to save taxpayer funds by doing anything under 1,000 units. We'll actually do in-house mailings. Insufficient break room. This is something that really gets difficult during the appeal season because we don't have a separate place for the A or B members, and it's one of those things where if we happen to have a discussion about anything that relates to a property appeal, it's a Class C misdemeanor. We can get in trouble. So a lot of times my staff will go ahead and sit in their cars and eat, rather than sit in the break room if the A or B is utilizing it. Obviously, restrictive walkways. The repurposing, like I was discussed, all of our supervisory offices have been repurposed into dual occupancy for workstations. Here's those closets I was telling you about. These are actual closets, but it works. It got us to where we are today, to meet the demand. Administrative overflow, obviously, some people in hallways. Conference room, obviously, if we're trying to have some organizational-wide training, it gets very, very, very close to one another in there. And let's see here. Loss of a public research. This is something that we did. The first time that I believe we weren't able to certify timely was in 22 during that major growth year. We only had one panel at the time. I think we had to send everybody estimates that year because we didn't timely certify, like I said. But we made changes the following year. We repurposed this public research room to give us an additional panel. We're already at the point where we're going to need 3 panels just to get through the appeals. A lot of times individuals, the resolve rate informally, pardon me, hasn't been great because the values have been increasing as much as they have. So in times before 2022, we'd actually be able to host an informal, show some sales data, and possibly make a reduction that was, would resolve it. The data that we have at this point in time, the last 3 years, makes it difficult. So we've had to utilize this room. So when looking for alternatives, obviously, we looked initially at purchasing land behind the current facility. 2 different options where, we'd add an 8,000 addition square foot or a 8,000, but 4,000 on each top, and then possibly just white box the top until the need arised. But then this came about, and we looked into it. Initially, I kind of stayed away from it. I didn't think it had been updated as a 1914 building. I really didn't want to get involved in all that. But took a chance, went over there back in October, and realized that, the complete fire sprinkler system is in there. I know you guys are familiar with the building, but I thought it was something that would actually make sense for us long term, because essentially what we were looking at was a 20-year period for planning purposes. Everybody knows the surging numbers that we're hitting around here. The triangle, I live out in Cibolo, so I drive I-10 quite a bit. And just in the last 24 months, 12 months even, so that the construction that's going on there, I figure if the state is investing in this area, you can assume that, it's going to continue to grow. So making sure that we're ready as an agency to meet the demand of that growth, so that way we can still service you all efficiently and give you your timely certifications. We're expecting somewhere in that 20-year period to get to close to 280,000 individuals in this county. So what we looked at, obviously, we planned for, obviously expanding the square footage, integrating some public-facing service areas, technology. The more we can bring in for technology to help, eliminate the need for adding more bodies, but, we can still get the same thing done. The main issue, though, is if we don't have the training area, and that's something that public outreach we're going to have to do to help them become familiar with it, comfortable with it, and using it, so that way it's a utilized tool, excuse me. Staffing, obviously, we got to meet the demand. Something that's happened, obviously, with the growth is our litigation cases. I think we averaged maybe 1 every couple of years, and in the last 3 or 4 years, we're looking at close to about 30 litigation cases of the high dollars that we have to take care of. There may come a time where I can no longer handle it. We may need a litigation appraiser of some sort. But anyhow, we're looking at obviously bringing up necessary support staff numbers, increase some virtual services, self-kiosks, and there's that quarterly open to the public training that this particular remedy can actually provide us. We can actually bring the public in and have individual nights where instead of having them come see us once a year, and it's not usually on good terms, they can come actually in throughout the year. We can have them sit down with an appraiser, go over their account, make sure that everything's accurate before we actually send these notices out. The more data we have, obviously, the better product we can provide. And then, of course, we can also host some continuing education. One of the things we did last fall, the fall before, had a high turnover on our appraisers. They have to go through 5 years worth of training, roughly. It's a high cost, so having the space, I ended up hosting an instructor that fall and got all 9 of the appraisers up to date in 5 years in just a few months. We had to utilize county facilities, though, because we didn't have the room to do it, but it saved cost a fraction of obviously what we were looking to spend if they had to go to Austin and hotel stays. So as a tier 1, we're the same as Bear County. We're same compliance requirements. So what we're looking at obviously during this period of time is addressing the personal office, appraisal, data management, customer services, which is cool. There used to be some words in those nice colored boxes. I'm not sure what happened there, but it was probably my fault, of course, not put this thing together. But anyhow, taxpayer remedies, that's the huge aspect here. Taxpayers they're being more involved, which is great, but we have to make sure we have the facilities to allow them to come in there and be heard, and hopefully we get to a resolution. So here's our proposal, obviously, that we're looking at. This is the one we selected back in November. I presented the board with 3 options, excuse me. This was one of them. The other 2 were the additions. We had a very preliminary type probable cost, and this one worked out to be the better option long-term, as well as with the benefit of selling our current asset and utilizing those funds to pay down the debt. So here's the 4-acre campus of the property. We got a great opportunity for stuff on the upper left there, open, unused area for growth, down the road. And that's what my thought about this is that the district is never going to have to worry about space to address the growth that is coming. So this obviously it's a little bit more space than we need initially up front, and outside of the 3 levels, we are going to fill up the 3 levels of the school without issue. But the back, some of the back space there, the gymnasium, that'll be our initial thought was to put the ARB when we get to that point. We can move them out into that gymnasium and then backfill where they are at on the lower floor, which is what brings me to here. Lower floor is where we're going to hold the ARB. You can see those 3 different areas, the 4th one being the training room if we need to someday. But that'll be the area that obviously we're bringing public in to show them what we got, tools, and hopefully educate them on how to use them and be comfortable with them. Also, the ARB break room, they'll have their own space. Our taxpayer liaison, who's always on site during the session when the ARB is in session. And then on-site storage, we have permanent records like most agencies. If they're not digitalized, we don't have any room, so we have an off-site, two units, and it costs us upwards of, getting close to about $5,000 a year that we can actually save by having something on site like this. The main lobby, obviously, we're going to repurpose recapture that lost mapping resource room and some self-service kiosks to bring the staff in, bring the public in. We'll have staff members there that can kind of help them do a lot of the rudimentary type things that are real easy, change of owner requests, file applications, and things of that nature for those that don't want to do it online. The upper level, the 3rd floor, obviously, this is going to be where the majority of the staff is. As well as we'll have plenty of conference rooms to have broken down department discussions when needed, and their staff will have their own break room there. Projections, obviously, like we talked about, I'm expecting somewhere between 12 and 20 over this 20-year period. I was breaking it down by 5-year increments, and it was roughly somewhere about 2 to 4, depending on the growth as it comes in. But if that happens, we have no more workstations where we're currently at, so we won't be able to meet that demand unless we have the additional space. Remedies, obviously, my projections, obviously, with the weighted average, if we're going to see the same numbers, it's going to rise to about 40,000 in the next 20 years. Everybody, state law requires everybody gets an opportunity to have an informal conference, which is beneficial. It's the most cost-effective to sit down with an appraisal staff member and hopefully resolve it informally. But obviously, if we don't, then they go to the formal ARB. So you start calculating the time. It becomes a numbers game, whether or not you can get through the entire to that 95% resolved before the 25th of July. So here's a probable cost that we had the architect provide us after her due diligence and the engineers and everything. Site acquisition is just shy of 1.9. Probable cost of renovations is at 8.4. giving you a grand total of just south of 10.3. Because it's equitable across, funding based off of your levy, relative to your levy, everybody's going to would see if it's approved a 16.3% increase from to their current annual funding, and that equates to the total levy overall of about 0.25%. Mitigations to the cost, obviously the sale of the facility, that will take place after we get into the new site. Dedication of annual unspent funds. We've been good with the funding you guys send. We sent back on average $300,000 a year to the taxing units, usually as a credit to their fourth quarter payment. But we could also utilize those funds to pay down the principal. And then, of course, any dedicated earned interest we could dedicate to paying down the principal. Conservative estimate I'm looking at about maybe getting 3 to 4 years off the back end by doing some of these measures. These are the alternate options that we had back in November. You'll see the main thing that my thing is it's just not functionally, useful by keep putting something on, to another piece that was previously built in a different time. I really think that, and it doesn't meet the demand. It's great for the next 10 years, but you're going to end up having to come back with the growth and then ask that gentleman that owns the land behind. You just keep adding it on. Pretty soon, you don't know where it's just not functional, to be honest with you. That was my recommendation to the staff, my board of directors. So final thoughts, obviously, we annually pass that comptroller oversight, whether it's the maps or the property value study. I think the one time we didn't pass, I argued with them long enough and we won for it. It was during when the GBRA dam failures, they didn't want to give us any credit for that, the fact that they just dropped values, but I think initially we were about 117 million outside their confidence. But when I was done, we were about 46 in. And they were like, all right, we're good, back and forth. But that was good. We haven't had any issues because of the culture that started with, actually my predecessor, Miss Jamie Osborne, really set the tone for being a taxpayer-driven office. And that's followed through since I've came on board in 2008. Our leadership team, between the top of us, three, we got 22 years of service with this district, so there's a lot of continuity, a lot of trust from the staff, so I think that's a great aspect. Competitive compensation. Last year, we commissioned a compensation survey. We got it back in July. That indicated we were low, so I went ahead and developed a grading step, so that way we can actually project long-term the impact of some of the highest costs, obviously, of our annual budgets. So that will be hopefully something that we can contain as we grow. And then, of course, I think the last one is where I'm saying, this is where I need to check this last box, and I think the district will be in a great position over the next 20 years to provide you guys with the services it has. Yeah, questions?
I have a couple.
Yes, ma'am.
Probably pretty tough questions. Obviously, from your presentation, is the growth it's happening. The current building is way too small.
Yes, ma'am.
What is, and maybe this is a question for Liz, what would be the cost to Seguin ISD for the new building? As
I've started doing a few of these, and the feedback I've gotten from I've changed this a little bit to incorporate what you're saying, what you're asking for there. Unfortunately, I didn't get an updated copy to you guys before I did it, but hold on just a minute. I got it right here for you. All right, Seguin ISD. Obviously, you guys are one of the top three, but the cost to you all would be roughly $138,000 on top of the typical operational budget allocation you all pay.
And is that per year or?
That would be per year, yes, ma'am.
Okay. I was able to use your website, which is updated and great, to kind of look at the current property.
This one,
I
yes,
don't
ma'am.
know much about the appraisal district or appraisals, other than I get that shocking notice
Yes.
every time, like, how much is my house worth? If I could sell it for that.
Right.
It looks like the building was valued at just under $800,000 last year.
Yeah, and we don't maintain our you're talking about our building?
No, the Mary B.
Oh, Mary B, I'm sorry, go ahead.
So the
Yeah.
the current owner of the building paid taxes
Correct.
on an $800,000 appraisal
Last year.
last year. Can you kind of speak to
Sure.
how the 800,000 jumps to
Absolutely.
1.9?
Yeah, there was external obsolescence being applied because of the fact that the zoning didn't change until October of last year when the city approved the owner's request before it was public. So his ability to use it was very limited on what the potential of it was. So in that sense, we have to give consideration to that external aspects that impact the marketability as well as the overall value of a property.
Okay.
So that changed in October and November. I believe the city passed it, and then immediately, obviously, we reappraised it, of course, as well. So
Okay. The options that you gave, one of the options puts you at about 1,600 square feet
yes, ma'am.
with the addition, kind of doubling the size of that building. The other building, I believe, is around 120,000 square feet.
No, I mean the main three structures is what I think. There's a total of 37, if I remember correctly. And give me just a moment. I got the appraisal done on it. I can give it to you. Speaking of which, when they asked me to get an appraisal, I was a little nervous. I was hoping it was going to come back right. Okay, let's see. Financing the project. Appraisal, where are you? There we go. Okay, so according to the appraisal here, the main area, I'm on sketch, where are you? There we go. Appreciate your patience.
No, I'm sorry about that.
No worries. All right, here we go. So the first floor, and this is, we got about 8,900 on the third, and it's almost identical. The second and third floors are about 8,900. And then the first floor, they've added some of those. In this one, they have a total of 12,000, but essentially it's another 8,900 because those 4 classrooms, they're not usable. In the current condition, the raccoons got in there and they've torn it up. So that was my initial thought. Well, we could actually utilize that for the board down the road, but odds are that it wouldn't meet that need.
Okay. So given that the size of that space is a substantial increase over the 1,600 square feet.
Yes, ma'am.
Would that also be costing the Seguin ISD additional funds because of utilities would be increased, maintenance?
Right, and
all of those
one of the aspects to that point was we looked at it. We were estimating somewhere around 50,000 from what we currently, which is roughly about 20,000. But the thing was in the proposal, we've decided to go ahead and change the single pane windows. That's going to save a ton of energy costs over the period of the property, and the payment, or excuse me, you recapture pardon me, you recapture the investment in 5 to 7 years based off of the savings in energy costs.
But that would be for Mary B, not for the current facility.
That's correct. Yes, ma'am.
Right,
Yes,
because one of the other 2 options would be substantially less on utilities because it's a newer build.
I don't know about substantially less. It could be. I would think that it would probably be very similar with what we're doing, what we plan to do, obviously, with the Mary B site, because of the fact that the windows obviously would be. But honestly, when they did that thing on those back corners, you hope it would be, right? But those back corner offices, I don't know what the way they did it back. It gets pretty warm in there during certain times. But to your point, I don't think there would be any savings one way or the other. The cost might be less, obviously, because it's a smaller location or site. But in the long run, I think you end up hurting the taxpayers because of the fact that you're going to need more space eventually. And a little investment, I think, up front would be helpful, I think, in the long run to the taxpayers, as well as the additional space that we get, so that way we can provide the services that they're looking for. We haven't been able to bring them in for those informal conferences because of the space since COVID. And again, we've heard it from the taxpayers that this is something they would prefer me to reinstate bringing people in. We just can't do it at this point in time.
I definitely want that opportunity.
Yes, absolutely. I'm more convincing in person anyway, it seems like. I always had a better resolve rate when I was talking to somebody face to face.
So just to add to Peter, like sitting on the board of directors, going through the planning stages and all this, and we were looking at the whole big picture of this. The Mary B site is 4 acres. With every expansion that the current building is, we're going to have to keep buying more land. And as land goes up, we have to pay more for that. So we kind of did some rough figures at our last meeting, and just for what the buying Mary B and the renovations that we're looking at right now, we would only be able to get to spend that same money in buying land and new construction costs. We'd only be able to get like 12,000 square foot addition. Whereas if we buy Mary B, we're looking at 27,000 square foot just for the 3 buildings, just for the 3 floors of the main building. So there's going to be a lot of really good things going on if we can get Mary B. And at the same time, for the community, Mary B is a great location. Getting in and out of the current appraisal district office right there off of
Bypass, yeah.
yeah,
123.
bypass 123, especially
Or not the
in
bypass, I'm sorry.
midday or whatever, it's a nightmare. Like the traffic gets backed up at the light all the time at the 10, with the construction coming through at the 10. It's a real hazard. Where Mary B is, it's very easily accessible. For the people who are living around Mary B, this will be a Monday through Friday operation from 8 to 5 or whatever. And so it's just going to be it's a lot better for the community. It's a lot better for the Guadalupe County as a whole, because where the appraisal district will be at and the facilities that they will have. And so that's why me, a new member of the board of directors, but when I saw this, and like Ms. Burns was saying about, well, new construction could be more energy efficient, but we did a good job building that building back then. And
It's amazing what
it's
to your point.
just a few things we have to do to tweak it, and it's going to be pretty energy efficient and overall a better option for Seguin ISD as a whole, was what we're paying for them, but for the community and Guadalupe County as a whole to have this facility. And again, this is a facility that we're never going to have to move. Like even with the current place, with expansion, buying a property, whatever, they'd have to move it eventually. Where at Mary B is right now, the facility that's there, and then with the land that's around it that we're purchasing, they're never going to have to move this building. They'll never have to move the Guadalupe Appraisal District again from that site.
As far as I know, I don't think they're getting rid of the tax system. So essentially, I think this is going to be a benefit long term. And I know, and that's my thought, was I was looking long term. More, obviously, we need to meet the demands of today, but you need to make sure that we're planning for that future that we all know will be here.
And I feel you guys did your due diligence pretty well with your architects and engineers that you had to go through the place, and
Yeah,
it
we
didn't look
spent-
like you left many stones unturned.
No, and that was, obviously, it's taxpayer funds, obviously. We want to make sure we're do our due diligence, making sure that we're spending their funds in a proper way that they're going to benefit long term from.
No, I poured through all of it, and it looked like you had done everything you should have, so.
Sure.
And I agree that I think it'd be a great investment in downtown Seguin and that neighborhood. And I don't truly believe that any private entity is going to invest that in our old school and make that something that could be great. And so,
Yeah, my guess would be the developer would more than be happy to the land, just seeing what the plans is. If somebody doesn't want it, they'll just bulldoze it and get rid of all that history and then start building something new that obviously that would work for them. But ideally, I think this would be great for our agency and you all in the long term.
and I assume when we pay that $11 million off, then we don't have to pay that extra $140,000 a year eventually, right?
The extra, it ends, at the 20-year period, or sooner, hopefully, through the mitigation activities that we're going to try to take care of knocking down that principle as soon as possible, really.
Thanks for your presentation, Peter.
You got it, sir. Thank you.
Still a quick question. So if they do go with Mary B, have they planned what they're going to do with the old site?
We'll have it appraised, I'm sure, to make sure that we're getting, a proper value for the taxpayers in the sale of it. Yeah, but that's what it would be. It would be put on the market.
What would the time frame be for all this?
Ideally, the current contingency for the site that we have under contract is in October. So we need to close by October. Once I receive, hopefully receive 21 of the approvals from our entities, because we have to get to 3/4, otherwise it kills the deal. But if that takes place, I'm hoping by July 31st, I will have that 21 as I'm going through with the meetings over the next couple months. And we'll close, and then we can start, obviously, the renovation project. Ideally, we're in there before the appeal season in 2027. So right on the turn of the calendar there, ideally, we'd be there.
How many approvals have you received?
One actual resolution approval from Navarro from last night. They passed it. City of Schertz last week, it's not city, excuse me, Schertz Civil ISD gave their approval. They just don't vote on it for another week. And then I saw Lake Dunlap today at 4 o'clock. I did a presentation over there, and they're going to check on it next week again. And then one was City of Santa Clara, my very first one, which I learned a lot from. I was like, okay, let's make some changes here, and it was actually, I mean, if you guys have, it was interesting. You know, it was the public was there because they're having some changeover in their elected government, and you know, it was very interesting to me. I hadn't been in that building, but you know, it was packed, and you know, I'm giving the presentation, and all of a sudden, you know, I'm getting calls from the public to answer questions, which was just different. But it was a different thing, you know. But it was informative, and I learned a lot from it. So that way, hopefully, I would do a little bit better down the road.
Any additional questions? Do I have a motion?
I move for the approval of the GCAD Guadalupe County Appraisal District Resolution regarding acquisition and renovation of Mary B. Erskine Building.
I second.
Okay, I have a motion from Mrs. Miller and a second from Mr. Dwyer. Any further discussion?
I would just like to state that I think in a year where we're in a deficit, where we're making hard choices, the difference between options 2 and 3 and this option is $70,000 to our district. It's $1.5 million over the next 20 years. I just don't think it's prudent of our board at this time to pass this when we are, you know, we're cutting our $6 million we saw in the presentation, is that we have $6 million of requests from our teachers and principals about what we really need in this district. That's another $70,000 of that money that we're going to have to cut in order to pay for a larger building that might be needed in the future.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All in favor, raise your right hand. Opposed, same sign. Motion passes 6-1. Did I get that right? Yes.
I certainly appreciate it, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Up next, we have 5B, request for waivers.
Good evening, Board President Crendon, Dr. Vigil, and trustees. Up for your consideration tonight is a request for waivers, specifically a low attendance waiver for the date of May 5th, 2025. As y'all are very well aware, Seguin ISD schools experienced a power failure on May 5th, which negatively impacted school operations, most notably our attendance percentage for that particular day. Several parents within the community kept their children home or picked up their students as a result of the power outage. The district as a whole does not qualify for a low attendance waiver, but 2 of our campuses did qualify for the low attendance waiver. Just a reminder, in order for a campus or a district to qualify for this low attendance waiver that's submitted through TA, we would have to drop 10 percentage points from our prior year's overall ADA. So for your review, I did go ahead and add our 23-24 district ADA there, set at 91.55. And on May 5th, 2025, as a result of these power failures, our ADA did drop to 85.81%. Obviously not low enough for the district to garner a low attendance waiver, but 2 of our campuses did drop significantly on May 5th. So AJB did drop to 67.36%, and our DAP campus was set at 70.22% on that day. Therefore, those two campuses qualify for our low attendance. So I am here requesting for your permission and approval to submit that low attendance waiver through TA.
Did the DAP have a power failure, or was it just a knock-on effect from the
I believe so. It was a kind of a ripple effect or an overall effect of that. But because the power failure did affect the entirety of Seguin ISD, they are able to qualify. Any questions or comments?
Madam President, I move for approval of the low attendance waiver.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion from Ms. Duncan and a second for Mr. Bright. Any discussion? All in favor, raise your right hand. Opposed, same sign. Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we are moving on with the amended version of the agenda. So this will be 5C. 2025-2026 stipend schedule recommendation with Mr. Trevino. And I'm going to get something out of the break room. Sorry, Mr. Trevino, we had printed out some for ease.
Good evening, Dr. Vigil, Superintendent Dr. Vigil, Board President Crittenden, board members, guests. I understand that in the April board meeting, it was decided to table the presentation regarding the stipends. And after that point, more information was gathered and then also input as well. We put that together and therefore you have an amended recommendation in regards to stipends, a proposed recommendation. Basically, what it boils down to is two options. Option one would hold harmless all current employees that are getting athletic stipends and fine arts stipends that were initially slated to be reduced. This option one eliminates any reduction at all. It holds harmless all coaches, all fine arts teachers to the levels that they are currently having this school year for next year and every year after that, as long as they remain in that assignment. What we also have then is we looked at stipends across the local area in Region 20, and then also in Region 20. And with that, we brought new stipends that are competitive with the averages in the area, increasing the ones that we have currently for anyone that would be coming in if any of the current coaches or fine art teachers should happen to leave, they will be increased to the new stipend compared to what we currently have this year. So that level, that option one, as I said, holds harmless all employees. So let me give you an example. We have head basketball coach at Seguin High School, male and female. So they are paid the same amount. So they were getting paid, let's say this year, $5,000 as a stipend for coaching. We also had, which is very rare, we were paying them for extra days. So they were getting $10,000 for the extra days. Okay, so they're getting $5,000 for coaching stipend plus a stipend for extra days for $10,000 to equal $15,000. What we are proposing under option one is to modify that, not the $15,000, but the amount of the coaching stipend, instead of being $5,000 to be, again, this is an example, $7,000, and the hold harmless stipend to be $8,000 to equal the $15,000 they currently have. So we're increasing the stipend for the sport from $5,000 to $7,000 in case, and that remains competitive with the area. And in case somebody decides to resign, coach, basketball coach, the new coach would get 7,000, which is competitive within our neighboring school districts, our neighboring Region 20 school districts, and then also our overall Region 20 school districts, which I'm talking about your Alamo Heights, Northeast, San Antonio, Northside, Church Cibolo, all of the districts in the Region 20 area. That is what we are proposing to do under option 1. Hold harmless. No one loses money as long as they remain in their position for next year and every year after that. Nobody loses any money. Under option 2, there are small adjustments of maybe $1,000, $2,000 tops. Some of them are about $500, and those are not that many positions in fine arts. There 19 would be reduced, 31 would not be reduced. And that would be reductions so that in case, in the scenario that I gave, the basketball coach, 2 basketball coaches, one of them leaves, one will be getting right now $15,000, remember that? The new one would be getting how much? $7,000. So the gap there is quite different. We were paying $15,000 about for that basketball coach. Everybody around the area is paying about $7,000. So the new person that would come in would get $7,000. So under option 2, that coach that would remain, instead of getting $15,000, would get $14,000. Those you have in one of the corrected copy that I sent you earlier today. So that's option 2. The savings gained overall for high school is about $20,000 under athletics. Under fine arts, the savings gained under option 2, again, they're about $11,000. So the difference is not really that much. Option 1, as I said, holds everyone harmless. They will not see a reduction in their stipend, in their total stipend compensation. They will see, right now, they're seeing 2 in their paychecks, 2 lines, one for stipend, which I said was $5,000 for coaching and $10,000 for extra days. Under option 1, they would get line 1, $7,000, line 2, $8,000, still getting the same amount, $15,000. That is what you have in front of you. We used a lot of the information that we gathered from surrounding school districts. We included that in the email that this morning. So you have that. It's quite substantial, but that's what I wanted to have you at hand so that you could see where we get our numbers from. We did the same thing a little bit with fine arts as well. So everyone would be held harmless. And also, in addition to that, we are also recommending some changes to increasing some of the basic stipends that we have. So have that in front, and there's going to be some movement from one table to another. For example, this one here for elementary, district level, we moved that one there in red to the elementary table. Here, this is the elementary stipend schedule. We're recommending increasing those that are under the proposed change. Those will be the increases, the new stipend amount. Again, these new stipend amounts are increases, only increases, and this is to remain competitive with surrounding school districts and Region 20 as well. So there's the one for middle school. Here we have the proposed changes to fine arts in middle school. And then this is the high school overall stipends for high school. All increases, no decreases. Again, we looked at surrounding school districts in the area and overall Region 20. And that is the high school athletic stipends. All increases to the base stipend for the sport. And this would be for new people coming in. And then
So-
this is athletic for middle school.
I'm
Yes,
sorry. So you're saying the increases that we're seeing in the presentation are for people, new people coming in?
That
So
is correct.
The current people will get exactly what they've been getting with no increase in
With-
stipends,
Correct.
because they're getting paid their days.
Yes, sir.
So that's all staying the same as long as they don't leave.
As long
But
as they
say
don't.
say that the person getting days leaves, and then the new person comes in, they're not going to get paid the days. They're just going to get paid like the
Let's-
the band director at the middle school. Is right now 4,000 plus 15 days. So if he decides to leave, then the next guy coming in is only going to get 8,000.
Correct.
Okay. Is that, what if they stay within the district though? What if they move from, like, especially with everything we have going on in fine arts right now at the high school,
Mhm.
if we have one of our middle school guys move up to the high school, will he then be able to get the same, will his days go with him? Or because he's leaving that middle school position, or she moving from that middle school position to the high school position, they'll get that new high school stipend, but they won't get their days to go with them, right?
Well, again,
Just scenarios.
the scenario right now is as it is, but we can make it so that they get the stipend that the former person that was there was getting, that they said that they were associated with that band director position. Or we can make them whole with because the stipend for middle school and high school are different. So the whole harmless could remain the same. So that's a caveat that we can.
Mr. Mill, can you talk more to the rationale behind reducing stipends? Is it simply because you felt like that we were overpaying compared to other districts?
We were definitely paying over other school districts based on the data from the TASB dashboard that gives us information that every school district puts in every year. They put that together, and then they publish that information. So, and it also tells us which are paying extra days.
Was there any kind of study done about how much time is expected and comparing those different positions to make sure they're equitable based on the expectations of the stipend? So, for
Repeat that.
example,
one of the ones we were looking at is you can have choir,
Yes.
and there's just choir. But you might have choir and they have show choir. They have varsity choir. Their choir program is so much bigger. That is not the same job.
Right.
And it's that way in a lot of the fine arts. Like a choir director here and a choir director here, that is not the same job. When we travel around and see some of the other fine arts, like it's not even close.
And I get that. And the competitions, they both that put this much level of effort and this much level of effort, the competition is still the same, correct? So this may excel.
Give an example, just because I went to the AJB performance of the Wonderettes. I think that was the right name of it. I think that's the 6th or 7th or 10th event that we have been invited to as the board. The expectations of that position is to put on multiple performances.
Right.
While at another district, it might be just to do a spring show with the middle school
Right.
kids, which to me that would be a difference in stipends.
And that is an excellent question, and that is why we are going to have TASB come in the fall to do a stipend review as well. They have access to all that data or that information that I don't have that information, but maybe the new whoever gets hired as the fine art coordinator will have, and it's about setting those expectations for those programs. They need to be equal across the district, whether you are at one middle school or the other, or you're at the middle school that will achieve a level that will get us where we want to be, which I understand we are. Just listening to all the accolades that it was unbelievable, unbelievable.
There was not an option presented just to take the current stipend schedule and convert those days into a stipend to get rid of the earned days for this upcoming year, so that those employees that we have, instead of doing the grandfather, just a simplistic approach of.
Well, and it's the pay for days. It's kind of slippery slope, because I may be working at this job for 30 years. My days are worth $350 a day, and Mr. Bright just came in, and his days are worth $300. We're side by side, doing the same work. I'm getting paid more than Mr. Bright. So that's why a lot of the school districts have gone away from paying the extra days and incorporating everything that is necessary to do a good job, an honest job for a sport or fine arts into the one stipend, just the one stipend. The less complicated, and again, way of making sure that teachers, current teachers, do not lose any money is having that whole harmless stipend, making them whole for next year and every year after that.
But the stipends are up for review every year, correct?
Yes. And
For board approval?
And for board approval.
And so the only thing I didn't quite understand was in option 2.
Yes, sir.
We're raising all these stipends, which is obviously needed to be done. And you said we're going to pay $15,000 in option 1 with the raise to the $7,000 stipend and the $8,000 to fill the gap for eliminating the extra days. However, in option 2, you said we're going to give them $14,000 instead of $15,000. But what are we calling that extra?
We're still calling it
It's
a
still a
hold
hold
harmless,
harmless?
but at a smaller amount. Instead of paying the 8,000 difference to achieve the total in the hold harmless, we're paying 7,000. So instead of getting 15,000 total, we're paying 14,000.
Okay.
And again, like I said, the savings gained under option 2 are minimal. Yeah.
So what is your recommendation to the board?
My recommendation to the board is that you have 2 options. One makes them whole for as you wanted for next year, as long as they stay in their jobs. Option 2 takes a little bit, which sometimes kind of stings.
What is your recommendation?
My recommendation, Joel Trevino,
Yes, sir?
option 1.
Thank you.
I just have a quick comment. So it's my understanding that, for example, the principals, they're the ones that actually, at the school, day to day, they see the day-to-day operations, so they know how much their employees, that they evaluate how much time they spend extra days. Same thing for athletics. The head coach is responsible for all the coaches below him, So he should give you some good feedback. And based on some of the emails that we saw in the report, they did.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Thank you.
I just have to say that this process has been a little frustrating because last month we didn't feel like we were ready. We didn't have enough information. So a month ago, we asked for these to be looked into. I went back and watched the YouTube video this morning of the meeting because I thought maybe I imagined the things that we asked for. So last Tuesday, if people don't know, Grace and I, we go and get the agenda, we listen to the agenda, we ask questions, maybe ask for people to add things to their presentations if they're not clear. This wasn't in there, so then we got it Thursday when the rest of the board got it. I asked a series of questions that I did not get answered, and I asked again, and then we got this today. Guys, if y'all can see that much information, and I'm glad we got it, but we shouldn't have had to ask for it repeatedly. And we asked for, last time we discussed how we didn't want to just compare ourselves to other districts because that doesn't tell you the whole story about the hours that a lot of these people are putting in. Again, yeah, if you have one kind of program and another kind of program, those two things don't have anything to do with each other. Our student council and someone's student council who just meets once a year, those don't have anything to do with each other. So it was just very frustrating that didn't happen. And then there was a flurry of emails apparently today because I got some feedback suddenly from people with their hours. So it's just frustrating to me that we asked for this a month ago and we were getting emails from staff about what their hours were at 3 o'clock today. So I just want to mention that. We also have our athletic directors here. If anybody has questions for either of them, or if you have more questions for Mr. Trevino.
I would, maybe our athletic director or assistant.
I will yield the mic.
Okay.
And I'll be back.
Thank you, Mr. Trevino.
Good
Great hair,
evening, Mr.
Coach.
Daly.
How you doing?
Nice hair.
Oh, yep. All my grays are gone.
It was a baseball team thing. Unity, which is what we're going for here. I just wanted to get your take and of how your employees will feel and maybe even your opinion if you feel so led to do so.
Sure. So I do understand the side of going away from days on the budget side because it did explain it is easier to budget, but the transition, that's the part that we're kind of working through because in the data of the coaches, about half of them, if we went to straight stipends, I'm just being transparent on about half of them would gain money, and that's usually your younger coaches, right? Because they haven't been in the game very long. Us older people right here, like me, that have been in the game, about half of them will lose money. And that's where we kind of came up with the hold harmless thing that if they are losing money, if we go to the straight stipends, we would give them that hold harmless so they wouldn't. But there are some of them, if they lose the amount of money that we would go to the straight stipends, I would probably think financially they would have to make the choice to leave our district because it would be a significant drop in their pay. Every household's different, so I can't speak for every household. So I'm just trying to use the data that I collected and what I would make an educated decision on if someone lost that amount of money on that aspect of it.
Coach, the question is like we're putting these stipends in, we're putting this in so that we are equal to or competitive with our neighboring districts. So say Coach A here, who's been coaching for a long time, and he loses his days and it's $8,000 pay cut to him. Well, then he goes over to our competitor or, our neighboring district. Well, they're not even paying days. So would he be getting going up in money then? Like if our stipend's the same as their stipend, how does that, they leave us, okay, they're going to go get a different job. But if they get the same job at the neighboring district who's paying the same stipend that we are, how are they going to be getting, that's because that's what we're talking about here, right?
Yeah, some of them could lose, come to stay the same, and some could gain money. It depends on how the teacher salary is, what the stipend is to every district. Every position is a little bit different. So if they go the same one, they could lose money still, yes.
I mean, is there a neighboring district around here where we could see this scenario where they would be making the same? Like we cut their days, they lose that $8,000. Is there another district in the area that we're talking about that they could go to and make that $8,000 more, get that $8,000 back?
Probably not like in the general area, like within the 30 miles, probably that. If you would probably have to go more to a city, like a major city to make that money.
Like San Antonio?
That, Austin, Houston area. Houston area, definitely.
Like World Region 20 seeds.
We play those schools sometimes.
Well, that's why Smithson Valley. Let's just bring up Smithson Valley because if our coach left here, would they be going and went to Smithson Valley? Would they make more money?
Not Comal. Comal pays less than us. And teachers also, I believe. Yeah. Which 20 years ago, it was the other way around. When I worked here the first time, we were the lowest paying district in the area.
And we worked really hard to stay competitive.
Right,
and to be
I
competitive.
understand. That's what I'm saying. Like, I understand what we're talking about here. The Coach A, who's been here for 20 years, loses his days, $8,000 pay cut. Coach B, who's been here for 3 years, well, their stipend's going up, and they're super happy about it. Coach B really going to leave us, or Coach A really going to leave us because he's not going to go get that $8,000 someplace else. And listen, the last thing I want to do is take stipends and take money out of people's pockets, especially senior coaches and senior teachers, because they have the experience and that's where they are mentoring our junior teachers no matter what. I'm just saying for what we're talking about here is like, yeah, they're going to be upset that they might lose that, but they're not going to go get it anywhere else either, right?
Correct.
Well, I mean, yeah, with the hold harmless doesn't make that happen. I'm just saying, like, doing away with the days period, sure, you might take a pay cut, but you're not going to go get that anywhere else.
Coach Daly, with the hold harmless that was presented, is that something you feel comfortable and confident about running a quality athletic program?
Yes, ma'am. I believe we'll be able to retain our coaches and if we do that.
And that would be the same, that option number one that Mr. Trevino
Correct.
recommended
that's
as well?
Option one, correct.
And I know this is just the athletic side of things. I don't mean to slight any other department.
No, ma'am, but we met with the fine arts. We had all on the table. I know we didn't have a fine arts coordinator, but we kind of, they used the same spreadsheet I kind of came up with on what the current was. I made an Excel document with the formulas in there, and I shared it to the fine arts, and they did it. They inputted the fine arts on there because I don't know what every fine arts person was making days-wise and whatnot. But I shared that that document with them, and they used it to input that data to come up with whatever the hold harmless would be for fine arts. But I don't know that data by memory. But I know this one by memory. I know the athletic one.
Mr. Trevino, would it be possible for us to get a copy of option number one in paper form? So that each one of us can see what we are set to approve.
While we're getting that, does anybody else have questions?
I do. since we've been talking about budget and stuff like that, have y'all run all this stuff through Liz, Miss Oaks, about like increases and all that kind of stuff? And she's good with it?
Yeah, I met with her, but she can speak for.
And the effect on the overall budget?
We just got it today. So,
For fine arts, for fine arts.
And then outside of fine arts, there are a handful of other things that were just so everybody understands. There were a few other things that are district-wide or at elementary schools, like UIL coaches and things like. There's a handful of other things.
It's my.
But looking at the spreadsheets, it's only fine arts and athletics that are getting paid days. None of the other elementary or anybody else is getting paid days, just fine arts and athletics.
Right, but there's some suggested changes to some of those other stipends.
But with option one, those would all get increased, right? The others?
With the option one, is only applies to fine arts and athletics.
Okay.
These are for example, your grade level chairs at the elementary level. Currently, and my eyesight is not as good as it used to be. I believe it was like, maybe I need to go there, like $350, and now we're increasing it to $625, I believe. My eye doctor would be very proud of me.
So, like for instance, UIL elementary coordinator that moves to $750 from $150. Grade level lead teacher from $350 to $625. And there's
yes.
5 of those.
Yes, ma'am.
So they're just minimal, but I just want to make sure we're just aware that those things exist.
Is that in our board packet?
Yes, page 266.
And that some of those things, won't be increasing for some of those will stay the same. Things like the robotics sponsor, the DI coaches, the UIL coaches, there's just a handful of things that are elementary or districts there. And I know there's another section.
There's the middle school stipends with proposed changes.
The cheer and dance stipends, where are they
Middle
notated?
school or high school? They're in
Oh,
both. There is the cheer are there. Cheerleader, sponsor, head. Those were increased, the head and the assistant. I believe it's like the 4th and 5th line.
Page 268 for high school cheer.
I know that the cheer coach last year did have days.
Correct.
I
They
know
did not.
on this it says 0.
They did not. So we made that with increasing from cheerleader head from 900 to 2,000, and the assistant from 500 to 1,000 For middle school, correct. And then for high school, we increased it from 3,600 to 5,000 for high school head, and for the assistant from 2,100 to 3,500.
How many days do those positions have in the past?
There were no days.
I know that the head cheer coach
They-
had days.
Not on the documents that I've seen from the compensation manuals.
They had days or they had a longer contract? Like the current cheer coach, are you talking about? Or
Yeah, maybe Dr. V. Hill, you can speak to that.
I know they work extra days. That I do know. And as you know, as everyone knows, they come in on Saturdays, they put in all the hours, all the extra days to make sure that
Two different things, Ms. Burns, an arbitrary number of extra days that they get paid for versus a longer contract. Teachers work a 187-day contract. The cheer coach may have been working a 192.
192, maybe.
do you have some fine arts staff here, if any of them have anything too, since we have no fine arts coordinator yet. Hopefully that changes tonight. This is what happens when we move stuff till before closed session, so we just get people. It's all right. Ms. Robles is the head of the fine arts department at the high school. So,
Heather.
To speak towards the fine arts input, I can tell you I didn't have anyone, I don't know if we had anyone who spoke on our behalf at the high school level. I know I had a middle school theater teacher who posted on her Facebook last night that she was filling out a Google form about her stipend. So I know some got asked in our district, but I myself did not. And I know others sitting back there with me did not. I think there was like a question about, do you feel like your stipend is appropriate for the work that you have in your after hours with your students and so on. So as a fine arts program, we don't really know who have provided you with any kind of detail about that. And I don't know if there's anyone here who has that answer. I know that Mr. Tejas had requested to up certain stipends before he left, and I see that on there. But you know, I can tell you as a teacher who's been here for a really long time, born and raised in Seguin, I see a cheerleading coach making more than myself, and I don't have an off season. I do 2 shows that are musicals, which is not traditional in the theater setting, but I do it because that's what these kids want. That's what Seguin created years ago. And the children's show is a part of that, where we bring all the kids in. I mean, so we inherited what's been started, but I guarantee you I spend more time and more hours. I mean, we saw Coach Daly coming back from region contest at Whataburger. We were like, hey guys, how'd it go? And they were like, it went well. How about you guys? Well, we didn't advance, but we made it to region, you know. We spend just as many Saturdays as coaches do, just as many after hours. And it was an exciting thing to hear that this is being considered, because we want to stay competitive. But as one of your teachers, it's disheartening to see other positions being paid more just because that's what's been done, when we're trying our best to produce the best for these kids. And it feels like, but that's not what's been done, so we're not going to change it. That is my perspective. Take it or leave it. But your fine arts team back here, we care. We're here. We stayed. We want to be a part of the discussion. So I don't know if it's anything that can be considered a little bit longer, but we welcome the opportunity to show you what we do for whatever that's worth. Is there anything to add? Yep. And thank you for opening the floor to us.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate it.
Hello, I wear many hats in fine arts, but also I'm going to speak on behalf of a club. I am the student council advisor, and as soon as I heard from my friends in the middle school area that they were allowed to voice their concerns about their pay for stipends, and so we did not get that chance at the high school. And so I took it upon myself to calculate my hours just this last year for student council alone. And my total hours, and I'm pretty sure I missed a couple of things, but my total hours just for student council alone was 309 hours. I only get $800 a year to do student council. But I love these kids, and I love this school district, and I love this town. It's not about money to me, but I do think my time is valuable. I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you.
What they just described is what we brought forth, is the number of days for some teachers and coaches. It's what makes this so inequitable. And so to the hold harmless, it's hard to adjust. You know, once we started paying days at a daily rate and a stipend, then there's inequities that are built into that system.
Yeah, just for transparency, I also have a document, a spreadsheet document, and I lost count at 280 hours just on my Folklorico program, which is predominantly high school right now. My role as Folklorico director, which when I was hired, I went full steam on making that K through 12. So the first 2 to 3 years was preparing for Folklorico classes at the elementary level. We phased out of that so I could focus on the high school, which many of you have now seen the products that we produce at the high school level for Folklorico. But just to share what my spreadsheet says, I stopped counting like 2 weeks ago and it was about 280, but that's just for high school, and that is not, it's not equitable to my stipend, which I'm very grateful to even have a stipend, but just to let y'all know, if it's equitable to the hours I'm putting in, it's not. Ms. Brown also didn't even mention anything about her Performing Arts Center coordinating and how many hours she puts into that either. Thank you. Thanks for opening the floor.
Thank you. Do any board members have any questions?
I have another question for Coach Daly. Is that, having an athletic director that is able to work with Mr. Trevino on these is definitely an advantage. You were able to work through the process. Unlike fine arts, do you feel like right now that your coach's stipends is equitable pay for expectations?
Yeah, our stipends are very competitive compared to what it was previously. So Mark and I were working together when Mark was here, but just during the transition, I can't honestly say how much input fine arts was in the process. Maybe Dr. Vigil or Mr. Trevino do that. I did meet with a gentleman, a consultant one day in the room in there, and that's when I gave him the spreadsheet to him. So the formulas were already done if y'all ever done Excel. So I said, here, all you gotta do is plug in the names and stuff to it. I did all the work for you, and I shared that info with them. But I don't know where it went from there. I honestly can't say yes or no.
But you, athletics,
But yes,
you feel
yes,
very
we did.
confident
Yeah,
in.
very confident. If we do the hold harmless, if we don't, I feel like we will lose staffing, and that could be it could be a task to hire that much staff this late into the hiring cycle, in my opinion.
Thank you.
Yep.
I was also going to mention, I collaborated with Mr. Mark Tellez, as I did with Coach Daly. I sent spreadsheets for the surrounding school districts, and he did send back his recommendations as far as fine arts stipends. And you have one of those labeled Mr. Tellez's recommendations.
From what Mr. Tejas recommended?
Mr. Trevino, can you speak to that? Because I know that we received copies from Ms. Guzman, Mr. Law, and Mr. Daly, but I do not believe seeing an attachment from Mr. Taya.
I'm inclined to go for option one, but I feel like we're leaving fine arts out of the discussion. So if there was a way to maybe, yes, maybe we pass this, but there's more work that needs to be done.
Is that a possibility to bring back to the table next month?
Well,
Pass option one.
I mean,
and
folks
reevaluate
are
again?
trying to decide if they want to stay in this district or not. We're doing a disservice to our staff.
Well, I think with option one, everyone that stays here will be getting what they're getting. Some will be getting an increase, but they'll at least be getting what they're getting now. And then as we look at the budget and we look at legislation and we look at Vader or whatever, then next year maybe we can do more increases. But at least for now, if we go with option one, it looks to me like everyone's going to get what they're getting, and then even some who even stay here will still be getting a little bit more, because there's some of these folks are going up regardless, like the GT and some the dance and cheer, student council sponsor at the high school's going up, theater arts assistants going up. Like, there's people who are going up with option one, and or at least be staying the same, if that's what I'm looking at. Is that what we're looking at?
That is correct. That is correct. And what we can do also is, if the board approves the new fine arts coordinator, we can collaborate with them and bring back, whether it's June or July or August, a new set of stipends for fine arts for your consideration.
And they would provide a good opportunity for the individuals just spoke for fine arts to have a closer collaboration and tell them pretty much what they told us here.
Correct.
I wasn't aware, I was aware of some of it, but not the details, so yes, the new coordinator could.
Correct. Because if you approve this, it doesn't mean that it ends here, that we cannot bring back another request for increases in stipends for fine arts. But as Mr. Bragg said, this kind of takes us to another level, and then we can bring that to the table at a later date.
But are we not voting for the 2025, 2026 district level stipend schedule? That's
Yeah.
what we're voting for?
Yes, ma'am.
But we can always amend it and increase it.
Okay.
This is what it is right now. But like you said, once we have that fine arts coordinator come in, they say, hey, we probably need to bump these people up. And there's room in the budget to do it. Then they bring it back to us and like, hey, we decide we want to bump these people up. And then we would say, yea or nay.
To make some of those things more equitable between one, fine art and another, one sport and another, something like that.
I would caution against saying that bringing these people up, bring the positions and the levels of expectations for those programs. Yes. Whether it's this person or that person coming in. Yes.
I meant position.
Yes, sir.
My-
Yes, sir.
my
Yeah,
apologies.
I understood.
Madam President, I move to approve option 1 of the 2025-2026 district level stipend schedule.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion from Ms. Duncan and a second from Mr. Bright. Any further discussion?
I just think I want to assure the Fine Arts Department and anyone from other departments, usually they're here in person or is listening, that I will definitely request that the stipend be on the next agenda to make sure that we are able to look at it in June. And if the June stipends don't match, then we'll look at it in July and we'll look at it in August until we get stipends that fairly compensate our staff.
And I know our fine arts coordinator doesn't start for a little while even if we hire them today. So it may take a little bit, but we will not drop the ball on this. This is
Very important to us.
very important, and we'll be making that crystal clear. Any further discussion? All in favor, raise your right hand. Opposed, same sign. Motion passes 7-0. Thanks to everyone who worked on this. I know it was a ton of people from athletics. Coach Daly did a lot. I know Mr. Trevino did, our fine arts staff, even some that we didn't even ask. They were working on it and sending in their things. So thank you, everybody who had that honest, discussion
Can I just add
with
something
us.
real quick? Since I've been on the board, I don't think we've ever dissected the stipends this in detail. Am I correct? We've been on the board for 6 years. Some of us have been here for 6 years, and we've reviewed them. They presented the stipends in the past. We made some minor changes, but never to the extent that we're doing it right now. So it's a lot of work. Thank you, Mr. Trevino, for all the work that you're doing. And it's not easy by looking at the numbers.
All right, we move on to 6. All right, I have to read all this out. So here we go. Closed session. Board will adjourn into closed session pursuant to the following sections of the Texas Open Meetings Act. Pursuant to Texas Government Code Sections 551.071, 551.074, 551.129, consultation with legal counsel, including possible telephone consultation with legal counsel as necessary to address legal concerns, implications, and answer any legal questions regarding posted agenda items. B, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074, consultation with legal counsel regarding legal issues related to the A.J. Briesemeister construction project. C, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074, discuss personnel matters, including appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of an employee. D, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.072, discuss the sale, purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property. And E, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.0821, deliberation regarding a public school student. We're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we'll go into closed session. It's 10:09 p.m. We're reconvening to open session at 12:34 a.m. With no action in 7A. Moving on to the consent agenda. Policy BE local states that the consent agenda shall include items of a routine and a recurring nature grouped together under one action item. All such items shall be acted upon by one vote without separate discussion, unless a board member requests that an item be withdrawn for individual consideration. The remaining items shall be adopted under one single motion and vote as applicable. A, approval of board minutes of special meeting April 17th, 2025, regular meeting April 22nd, 2025, and special meeting May 9th, 2025. B, approval of tax collection reports for April 2025. C, approval of donations received April 2025. D, approval of agreement with Texas Association of School Boards for workers' compensation coverage and property, liability, and fleet insurance for the period of July 1st, 2025 through June 30th, 2026. And E, approval of credit by exam dates for 2025-2026. Are there any items that you wish to pull? Okay, so we're going to pull off A. What is the amendment that you propose? Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor of amending those minutes as noted, please raise your right hand. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries 7-0.
Madam President, I move to approve the consent agenda items B through E as read.
Actually, so yeah, we'll do that, and then we can go back and do A. That's fine. Do I have a second? Okay, we have a motion for Mr. Bright and a second for Mrs. Miller for consent agenda B through E. All in favor, raise your right hand. Opposed, same sign. Motion passes 7-0. Now we'll vote on the amended version of A, the board minutes.
Move to approve the amended version of consent agenda item A.
That's a motion from Mr. Bright with a second from Mr. Dwyer. All in favor, raise your right hand. Opposed, same sign. Motion passes 7-0. Moving on to action items. We're going to take these one at a time, I believe. Mr. Trevino, personnel, professional employees, starting with 9A1, District Math Coordinator.
Good morning. We have a list of professional employees for your approval of appointment, beginning with, as you said, the math coordinator.
Madam President, I move to approve the district math coordinators presented by administration.
I have a motion for Mr. Bright and a second from Mrs. Miller. Any discussion? All in favor, raise your right hand. Opposed, same sign. Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you.
9A2, sorry, Seguin High School Principal.
Yes, we bring forward for your approval the selection of the Seguin High School principal.
Second.
So I have a motion from Ms. Duncan and a second from Mr. Guetta. Any discussion? All in favor, raise your right hand. Opposed, same sign. Motion passes 7-0. 9A3, Fine Arts Coordinator.
Right now, we bring forward for your approval the selection for Fine Arts Coordinator for the district.
Second.
I have a motion from Ms. Duncan and a second for Mr. Bright. Any discussion? All in favor, raise your right hand. Opposed, same sign. Motion passes 7-0. 9A4, Transition Coordinator.
Yes. At this point, we bring for your approval the selection of the transition coordinator in the special ed department.
Madam President, I move to approve the recommendation for the transition coordinator.
Second.
That's a motion from Mr. Dwyer, a second from Mrs. Miller. Any discussion? All in favor, raise your right hand. Opposed, same sign. Motion passes 7-0. It's my understanding that we are pulling 9A5 from the agenda. And we have already taken care of B. So that is
Thank
it.
you.
Thank you. Have a good rest of your morning, Mr.
Thank you,
Trevino.
everyone. Well, I will wait until the end of the meeting. If you don't mind. Thank you.
9C, approval, who knew, right? Approval of Seguin ISD depository services.
I was going to say good evening, but I guess I'll say good morning as well. Board of Trustees, President Crittenden, Dr. V. Hill, we have the bid tabulation for the bank depository services. This is something that you must go out for bids every 8 years. Every 2 years, you can extend it for another 2 years. So that's what we've been doing here. We've extended with First Commercial Bank the last 3 times for 2-year periods. So we had to go out for bids. We received 3 responses, all from local banks, all very similar responses. So it was very close in our scoring, but First Commercial Bank came out on top. We have a great relationship with them. We don't have any complaints. So that is our recommendation.
Sorry, I turned myself off. Any questions?
I move that we accept First Commercial as our depository services.
Second.
Sorry, was that you? So that is a motion from Mrs. Miller, a second from Mr. Dwyer. Any further discussion? All in favor, raise your right hand. Opposed, same sign. Motion passes 7-0. Do I have any board comments or requests?
Just be careful this week. It's going to be warm, and I look forward to seeing everybody at graduation.
Yes. We hope everyone comes to graduation and that it's a wonderful weekend. 11. Take a
Move to
motion.
adjourn.
That's what I was looking for. Okay. Thank you. That is a motion from Mr. Bright and a second from Mr. Dwyer. All in favor, raise your right hand. Opposed, same sign. Motion passes 7-0. It is 12:43 a.m. Good night.